Chapter 796. Wang Zixing's body was put in there by your father. The uninvited guest in front of them said so. Stallone's expression changed slightly, and Shi Wengong's eyes widened. These words were like a sharp sword, stabbing into the place in their hearts that they did not dare to touch. They clearly saw with their own eyes that the coffin was put in a foolproof secret room by their father. It was isolated by mechanisms and filled with traps. Even a Daluo golden immortal could not sneak in with a corpse and escape unscathed. Unless there was a mole. If there was a mole, it could only be one person. In the whole world, there was only one person who could safely enter that secret room to secretly change the corpse. This matter, with their intelligence, should have been figured out long ago. But first, it happened too suddenly. Second, no matter what the truth was, there was no reason for a son to suspect his father. Now that Sun Lang easily exposed the truth, the shock in their hearts was naturally not small. Shi Wengong subconsciously retorted, "You're talking nonsense." Sun Lang put his hands behind his back proudly, with the aura of a grandmaster. He said lightly, "Nonsense? What a joke. Do I need to lie to you two ants?" This was not wrong, but all grandmasters in the world were particular about status and bearing. Even those who were evil and evil only did evil things, but they did not talk nonsense all day and go back on their word. After all, martial arts were cultivation and also cultivation. A martial artist must be sincere in order to bravely advance on this path. But Shi Wengong looked at the grandmaster who was pretending in front of him and shouted, "Didn't you pretend to be Wang Ren's ghost to deceive us before? Isn't that lying too?" Sun Lang's expression froze. Shi Wengong also realized that he seemed to have done something unwise. Now that the two of them were in prison, this guy who pretended to be a ghost was able to enter a place where no one could stop him. It was obvious at a glance whether the enemy was strong or weak. Moreover, this guy had pretended to be Wang Ren's ghost and fooled the two of them. He and his brother did not see any flaws at all. This could only mean one thing. This person's martial arts were so high that he had probably reached the deified level that everyone looked up to. Under such circumstances, he was arguing with the other party? Wow, his mouth was so annoying, no one could protect it. Cold sweat slid down his face. At this moment, Stallone stood up and pulled his younger brother behind him. He said in a deep voice, "Senior, please forgive him. My younger brother is young and impetuous. He speaks without thinking. You are a magnanimous person. Please forgive him this time." Sun Lang didn't pay any attention to Stallone. He stared at Shi Wengong for a few moments and smiled sinisterly. Shi Wengong's hair stood on end from his smile, and he couldn't help but take a step back. "You. What do you want?" A malicious smile appeared on Sun Lang's lips. He sneered, "I'm thinking that there's no need to lower myself to the level of a dying person like you. Instead of killing you with a single punch, why don't I see the look of despair on your face when you discover that you've been abandoned by your father and become the sacrifice of his scheme in despair and unwillingness?" Hearing this, Shi Wengong's expression changed. "What did you say?" Sun Lang said indifferently, "Don't you understand? What I mean is, you two were sold by your father." Shi Wengong sneered and said, "Nonsense. Who are you, trying to drive a wedge between us father and son?" Sun Lang spread out his hands and said, "It's up to you to believe it or not. Why should I use this kind of lie that seems to be easily exposed to make fun of the two of you? Do I look that free?" Stallone's eyes flashed. He said in a deep voice, "Senior, please explain." Sun Lang shook his head. "There's nothing to explain. I'm here today to give the Shi family a chance. Your father has fallen deeper and deeper. He will drag the entire Shi family into the abyss of eternal damnation. After the coffin was accidentally opened, the two of you have become Shi Ichuan's abandoned pawns. To me, the two of you are somewhat useful, so I'm here to make a deal with you." His words were very confusing, and his tone was very casual. The content was very messy, and there were a lot of threatening words in it. He was just like a fortune teller on the side of the road, who said that he had a chest omen and needed 618 taels of silver to cure it. It was completely untrustworthy, but that was the problem. The other party was a martial arts master. Stallone's heart trembled. If he came up and explained the situation in detail, listed the evidence, and used reason and emotion to reveal the truth of being abandoned pawns, and sincerely invited the two of them to participate in the great cause and work together, this would be King Strange. A martial arts master had his own dignity and pride. Why would he be so long-winded with mortals? Stallone's heart moved slightly, and he stopped his brother who wanted to ridicule and question him. He respectfully bowed to Sun Lang. Junior Shi Tailong is willing to know Senior's name. Sun Lang smiled faintly. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you are now in prison. All the evidence points to you, and there is almost no way to defend yourself. Your father is the real person who hid the body. It is a joke to expect him to find a way to get you out of the crime. In other words, you two are dead for sure. You have such a great future and unlimited future. Are you willing to be buried under the sharp knife of the executioner? Stallone looked at Sun Lang and said calmly, Senior, you keep saying that my father killed Wang Zixing and hid the corpse in the coffin. Did you see it with your own eyes? Sun Lang smiled. I didn't say that Wang Zixing was killed by your father. He was only an accomplice, a tool. He was only responsible for dealing with the corpse. Stallone asked again, Why did my father do this? Sun Lang replied, I'm not your father. How would I know such things? A light flashed in Stallone's eyes. He said in a low voice, Is that so? But I see that Senior's martial arts are amazing. Presumably, you have already transcended the mortal world. With your skills, killing Wang Zixing and the corpse storage house shouldn't be difficult, right? After he calmed down, he naturally began to suspect the person in front of him. This was human nature. It was easier to suspect a stranger with bad intentions than to suspect his own father. This was also the biggest suspicion and the biggest flaw in the other party's words. He wanted to see how the other party was going to explain, but the other party didn't seem to want to explain. He just replied, I've already said that Wang Zixing's corpse was put in by your father. I don't have any reason to kill Wang Zixing. Shi Wengong couldn't help but say, We couldn't open the coffin before. It was your doing, right? In that case, how did my father open the coffin, and how did he seal the coffin again? Sun Lang said lightly, Your father didn't have this ability, but he had a way. You should understand what I'm saying, right? Since he had a way to open it, he naturally had a way to seal it. The reason why he dared to put the corpse in and took it to the county office so openly was because he didn't know who I was. Shi Wengong asked, Then who are you? Sun Lang said lightly, The pearl on the seat shines the sun and the moon, the hall is filled with clouds. My surname is Jia. The two were startled at first. Then, an indescribable horror appeared on their faces. Whether it was the more impetuous Shi Wengong or the steady and calm Shi Stallone. The pearl on the seat shines the sun and the moon, the hall is filled with clouds. They naturally knew the origin of these two sentences. They knew that this was a couplet hanging in the Rongwa mansion. It was written by the late emperor and incorporated into it two of the Jia family's unique skills. The key was that the surname was Jia. Young man. But who else among the young people of the Jia family had such high martial arts skills other than Jia Shidao? There was only one person. The Dragon of Men, the Star of the North Star, the Pillar of the Country, Jia Ying of the Summer State. The strongest war legend in the Second Great War of Tianyuan for decades, the peerless general of the generation, the reincarnated sage, the invincible commander. His light once illuminated half of the starry sky of the empire. A person who had died a long time ago, even the shrewd and calm Shi Stallone's mind was blank. The legendary person, the person who was supposed to be dead, had appeared in front of the two of them just like that. Their mouths and tongues were dry. The beating of their hearts was infinitely magnified. Their ears were roaring. Fear, shock, excitement, horror, all kinds of thoughts occupied their entire minds. Shirwangong said with difficulty, This is impossible." As soon as he finished speaking, the storm arrived. An extremely terrifying murderous aura stirred up explosive winds. Tornadoes spun loudly, and a powerful pressure ruled over the small prison cell. Swords and sabers clashed, and the smell of blood blew in the wind. The tragic and magnificent battlefield projected a spiritual image, and a picture scroll filled with iron and fire slowly unfolded in front of the two of them. This was the scepter held by the marshal who had won hundreds of battles, and who always played the song of victory. Looks could be faked, memories could be fabricated, and even martial arts skills could be faked. But not this. In an instant, Shirwangong faced this terrifying aura. This was the power of the strongest soldier of Tianyuan. All dignity, position, camp, and other things were thrown to the back of their minds. Involuntarily, the two of them fell to their knees. They were not oppressed or forced. This was a spontaneous action of their bodies, because they were also soldiers who had participated in the Great War of Tianyuan. Kneeling in front of this person was not shameful at all. Even the arrogant Shirwangong only had shock and fear on his face. There was no shame at all. They knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. Sun Lang's voice seemed to come from the horizon. It was like a heavenly law. Word by word, it was directly imprinted in their mind. "Now, do you have any questions?" The two of them shook their heads with difficulty. Then, they bowed and kowtowed, saying in a trembling voice, "The old generals of Tianyuan greet the marshal." The terrifying aura dissipated, and the two of them fell to the ground. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, and they couldn't even move a finger. They watched Sun Lang walk around the prison cell, and every step he took seemed to shake their hearts, causing them to involuntarily tremble. Sun Lang said indifferently, "I'll say it again. I didn't kill Wang Zixing. Wang Zixing's body was placed in the coffin by your father. Do you believe me now?" The two of them still had lingering fear. At this moment, they nodded like they were pounding garlic. Believe. Chapter 797. The Shur brothers were on the verge of collapsing. Firstly, they were still young and lacked experience. Secondly, what had happened today was simply too frightening. The resurrection of a legendary person from the dead was already shocking, not to mention that the two of them were not passers-by, but related people involved in it. In the past 2 years, the Jia family had been on the decline and the Shur family had been on the rise. They had taken advantage of the death of Jia Ing and the isolation of the Rongua family to annex many of the Jia family's properties. They had even planned to completely annex the Rongua family. Now, the legendary figure who was supposed to be dead had reappeared. The fear in the hearts of the two men was beyond normal. Since it was a matter of life and death, their mental defenses collapsed quickly. In this kind of situation, every word that Sun Lang said in their ears was not stingy with the judgment of the King of Hell. It was a curse that hastened their lives, the fear of death, the threat of extermination. Sun Lang's voice seemed to come from the horizon. He said lightly, "I know that in the past 2 years, the Shur family has been riding on someone's coattails. I know that you have been restless and have been encroaching on the Jia family's properties while I was dead. I even know who is instructing you. Their lives were not in their control." The two men trembled and could not even beg for mercy. Sun Lang continued, "I also know that you have been plotting against my grandmother, trying to persuade her to agree to the merger of the two families, right? I can understand your actions, but I can't accept it because I am the person involved. That is my grandmother. That is my family. You have taken advantage of my death to rob me. If I were really dead, I would not have been able to do anything to you. But I am still alive and I am back. What do you think?" He said softly, "Should I chop your whole family into minced meat?" The Sure brothers could not say a word. Sun Lang seemed to be talking to himself. Of course I should. I know I should do this. Not only that, I also know that even if I kill every single one of your Sure family members, no one will jump out to uphold justice for you. You will all die like stray dogs, and no one will remember you. Although he said those words casually, his murderous aura lingered around him like a shadow. The Sure brothers were already extremely frightened, but when they felt the coldness of the murderous aura, they were so scared that their teeth started to chatter and they started to shiver. What heroic demeanor, what manly spirit, all of it had disappeared without a trace. He couldn't even beg for mercy. But in the next moment, Sun Lang sighed. Even so, I don't think I can do that. This sentence was like the return of spring to the earth, the illumination of the sun, warming the cold and fearful hearts. Sure Stallone and Sure Wungong's thoughts had completely fallen into Sun Lang's rhythm. Because of his words, they were scared, and because of his words, their open hearts were gradually becoming Sun Lang's shape. Sun Lang said indifferently, "It's not because of the consequences of killing your entire family, and it's not because I'm afraid of the aftermath of exterminating your entire clan. It's just because if I kill all of you, Grandma will be sad. After all, her surname is Sure. She has the Sure family's blood flowing in her veins. That is her maiden family. Although you are heartless to her, she will not be unjust to you. If I kill all of you, she will definitely be sad." Sun Lang sighed. "She is old, and I'm afraid she doesn't have much time left. Is the first gift I give her after I come back from the dead to see her again? Is it to kill all of her family members? I really can't do that." The Sure brothers' hearts were filled with light and color. They praised Grandma Sure loudly in their hearts. At this moment, they couldn't wait to serve her as their ancestor. Sun Lang kicked the two brothers to the side and said lightly, "So, do you understand? Wang Zixing's body has nothing to do with me, because I have no reason to kill all of you. Although I can't wait to kill all of you one by one, but for Grandma's sake, I will spare you for now." Like chickens pecking at rice, the two nodded crazily. It was reasonable. They completely believed it, just like how they believed that the sun rose from the east. The Grand Marshal's filial piety moved the heavens and the earth. Sun Lang continued, "But your Sure family not only conspired against the Rongwa mansion, but also clung onto a powerful thigh to oppose me. I came back this time to take back what I lost. Anyone who stands in my way is my enemy. And your Sure family seems to have made a choice a long time ago." He squatted down and looked at the two souls. "Tell me, what should I do?" Sure Tailong's voice trembled uncontrollably. "Marshal, please. Sure family is willing to abandon the darkness and pledge our loyalty to the Marshal. From now on, we will be at your beck and call and will never betray you." Sun Lang nodded. "That's fine. After all, although I miss Grandma, there is a limit to my tolerance. If you are willing to abandon the darkness and pledge your allegiance to the light, then that's the best. But the Sure family's head is not you, and the one who makes the decision is not you, but your father." He stretched out his hand and patted their head. His voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell. "As for your father, he planned to walk down this path to the end. He was willing to be that person's lackey and bet the fate of the entire Sure clan on that person. He didn't even hesitate to sacrifice the lives of the two of you. The only result of his actions was to drag the entire Sure clan into hell. The two of you had to die, and so did he. The entire Sure clan had to die." Sure Wungong's voice trembled. "It's father's fault." "Yes, that's it. Sure Wungong, you are smart, much better than your father." Sun Lang's voice was filled with encouragement and praise. "Do you know why I came to find you and not your father directly?" Sure Wungong shook his head blankly. "Because your father has already been corrupted and depraved. He is willing to be a lackey. Even if I go to him, he will definitely feign civility on the surface and secretly report to his master. He is already hopeless and deranged. He is not worthy of trust. Is a person who does not hesitate to sacrifice his 2 sons worthy of trust? It is not worth it. The 2 brothers looked confused as they muttered to themselves, sacrifice. Sacrifice. Sun Lang nodded and said, yes, he was the one who put Wang Zixing's body in the coffin. He cooperated with his master's order to carry out that evil plan. Halfway through, things changed and Wang Zixing's body was exposed in public. He made a prompt decision to push the 2 of you out to take the blame. He must have wanted to beat him at his own game. Everything is for his master's great cause. For him, his 2 sons are important, but the family business is more important, right? The 2 brothers had unconsciously clenched their fists. Under the repeated mental turmoil and Sun Lang's deliberate hints, they had basically lost the ability to think independently. Under the constant guidance of Sun Lang, their thoughts were quietly changing. He smiled, whispered, and sighed in their ears. After all, if his son is dead, he can still have a few more. Moreover, there is still Dalong, right? The Shi brothers' bodies trembled at the same time. The flames of jealousy and anger spewed out from their eyes. Sun Lang looked at the changes in their souls. His smile was still calm, but his eyes were cold. The battle of the Great Barren Mountain released a fierce beast that had been sharpening its claws and teeth for 6 years. It roared all the time, and its evil thoughts waned. Its killing intent was boiling like fire. The hero's road had already come to an end. The Avenger who was full of scars walked alone in the darkness. He had already retired from the light, so he did not mind using the darkness to meet the darkness. Shi Tailong gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Father was wrong." Shi Wengong nodded vigorously, "Yes. The marshal is invincible. How can he win? If father insists on being the enemy of the marshal, defeat is inevitable, and the family will be implicated. This is a foolish act." Sun Lang sighed and said, "But he seems to be stubbornly clinging to his own course, putting all his eggs in one basket and unwilling to turn back. He was probably brainwashed by his master. What a pitiful guy." Shi Tailong said decisively, "That is for the safety of the family. We must stop father and stop him from being stubborn. This is for the continuation and future of the family." Shi Wengong echoed, "Exactly. We must stop father." Sun Lang showed a satisfied smile. "I am relieved that you are so righteous. I will tell you the next step of the plan. Listen carefully." After a while, Sun Lang left the death row prison feeling refreshed. He had gained a lot. Whether it was from Shi Ichuan or the Shi brothers, he had gained a lot. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of mockery. Shi Ichuan was very experienced and cunning. His thoughts were very deep. Although the Shi brothers were talented, they were still too young. The 3 of them had different personalities, so they had different uses for each other. Their strategies and methods were also different. In any case, he had successfully torn a hole in the Shi family today. He had won another game. Although the situation in Jinling was not clear, the way to win would not change. The Shi family had fallen into his trap, the Wang family was on the verge of collapse, the Shui family was needless to say, and the Jia family. Jia Su's face appeared in his mind. Sun Lang snorted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Uncle, you have to be careful." Jia Yutsuan had given in. Since Jia Shidao had the imperial edict, the righteous people of Jinling would naturally have to listen to him. "Once I have the 4 families in my hands, I will definitely win this game. After all, no matter how many tricks they have up their sleeves, they will not be able to use them without any pawns. At that time, if the mastermind wanted to cause trouble again, he would have no choice but to use his pawns. That would be exactly what he wanted, and he would be able to kill to his heart's content. Provided that you can hold on until then." Sun Lang looked up at the sky and smiled coldly. "Now that the Shi family has set up a trap, one of my doubts has been solved. It is time to force you to show yourself." His figure flickered and he disappeared. Chapter 798. It could be said that the Sure family had suffered a great loss in this confrontation. The two promising sons of the Sure family were sent to prison, and the leader of the Sure family was kicked out. This was a huge blow to the Sure family that was on the verge of dominating the entire Jinling city. However, the Wang family's hatred and conflict with the Sure family didn't disappear after the Sure brothers were sent to prison. Because the old hatred hadn't disappeared, a new hatred had appeared. Wang Zixing, the acting head of the Sure family, might have been killed by the Sure family. Compared to this, the so-called stealing of the coffin was not even worth mentioning. The head of the family was the head and helmsman of the family. He represented the dignity and power of the family. Killing the head of the family was tantamount to declaring war on the family. Therefore, even if the Sure family was at its peak, even if the Wang family had fallen, once the truth of Wang Zixing's death was exposed to the public, the weak Wang family would gather all their power and launch an endless revenge against the Sure family. This was related to the dignity and reputation of the Wang family. The death of the head of the Sure family was a great humiliation, and this humiliation could only be washed away with the blood of the Sure family, or the blood of the Wang family. And in Jinling City, the four great clans had the power to control everything. If two of the biggest clans were to fight to the death, the turmoil it would cause would definitely affect the entire Jinling City and even the surrounding counties. Not to mention the armed conflict that would be directly caused. The industries controlled by the two great clans covered almost every aspect of Jinling's livelihood. When the time came, shops would close, prices would skyrocket, the economy would collapse, and the people would panic. There would be endless troubles in the future. Fortunately, the Imperial Envoy was here. In the Jinling government office, Special Agent Jia Sherdao waved the golden head of General Secretary Huang and said in front of the mayor and the cadres of all departments, "During this time of crisis, we need to maintain stability. We can talk about anything, but we can't mess up. If we mess up, we will be going against the entire officialdom of Jinling City, and our colleagues in the Xiaozhou. If we mess up, the Emperor will deal with us, and we will deal with you first." The people of the Wang family listened to him like children. Jia Sherdao took a deep breath and said gently, "I know you're suffering. It's a shame that the head of the family was killed. Now that the truth is out, I feel sorry for you, and so does the magistrate. We'll help you, but don't seek revenge on the Sure family." Grandpa Wang gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, please understand. I can't take this lying down." Jia Sherdao said meaningfully, "Evil is doomed to destruction. Don't worry, the Sure family won't last long. When the time comes, you can take your revenge." Although the old Wang master was extremely unwilling, the Imperial Envoy had already made his attitude clear. Although he wanted to pursue the Sure family relentlessly, since the Imperial Envoy had already made it clear that he was not allowed to, he did not dare to offend the Imperial Envoy and cause the matter to spiral out of control. It should be known that the two sides were natural allies. He sighed and nodded. "I will do as the Imperial Envoy says." Jia Sherdao praised him. "Grandpa, I admire you for being able to see the big picture." The old Wang master seemed to be a little dispirited. He said in a low voice, "We'll do as you say. From today onwards, the Wang family will restrain our people. We won't go out and cause any trouble for you. If there's anything we can help with, please tell us. The Wang family will obey. We just hope that you can help us get justice." Just as he was about to leave, he saw Jia Sherdao smile. "Grandpa, you're leaving? You seem to have forgotten two things." The old Wang master was stunned at first, then slowly nodded. "Previously, we offended the Rongua mansion. Now that the truth is out, we're ashamed. I'll bring all the core members of the Wang family to repair the damaged door and repaint it. I'll kowtow to the Rongua mansion and apologize to everyone in the city." This way of apologizing was very sincere. After all, for aristocratic families, face and dignity were more important than anything else. They were far more important than money and life. The Wang family's move was like sending their face to the door for others to step on. It was almost the highest standard of apology. According to the rules of aristocratic families, once one side put on such a posture, the other side would naturally put the hat of forgiveness on the head of the one apologizing without hesitation. But Jia Sherdao just smiled faintly. He waved his hand, and everyone understood. They carried Wang Ren's coffin out of the hall, leaving only him and the old Wang master. Seeing that the irrelevant people had left, the old Wang master said lightly, "Does the imperial envoy think that the Wang family is not sincere enough? This is not a matter of sincerity. In fact, the Wang family's sincerity surprised me," Jia Sherdao replied. Jia Sherdao replied, "But as I said, this is not a matter of sincerity. Before we apologize, I think the Wang family owes us an explanation." The old Wang master's expression changed slightly. "What explanation?" Jia Sherdao raised a finger. "First, you said that the Wang family wants to apologize for offending the Rongua mansion. I want to know why they thought that Wang Zixing died in the Rongua mansion. Who provided the wrong information? Who is misleading the Wang family? Is there a mole in the Rongua mansion? Is there a conspiracy?" The old Wang master said bitterly, "I really don't know about this." It was seventh brother and the others who made the decision. Jia Sherdao sneered slightly. "Wang Qi is now in the prison waiting to be interrogated. Now that Wang Zixing's body has appeared, the suspicion of the Rongua mansion is naturally wiped clean. That is to say, Wang Qi's crime of framing is real. Old Wang, do you have any objections?" The old Wang master nodded helplessly. Jia Sherdao's voice contained a murderous aura. According to the laws of the empire, the person who makes a false accusation is guilty. Falsely accusing the family of a meritorious official is even more guilty. Since the old Wang master is unable to provide evidence, then all the blame falls on Wang Qi alone. As the main culprit, his crime is even more serious. Framing the family of a meritorious official is even more serious. According to the laws, such a serious crime can be punished at will. The old Wang master's face flashed with pain. Sir Jia Sherdao's heart was like stone. He looked coldly at the old man, and his tone was frighteningly calm. "You shouldn't have dared to touch the Rongua mansion. I will investigate this matter to the end. If you don't want to talk, I will pry open that bastard's mouth at all costs according to the laws of the imperial court. Even if he is a man, if he doesn't open his mouth after many tortures, he won't be able to escape death in the end. But if he talks..." The imperial envoy's tone became serene. "And then I find out that the Wang family is suspected of knowing something but not reporting it. Don't blame me for being merciful." Seeing that the old Wang master was still unwilling to talk, Jia Sherdao didn't say more. The topic ended there, and he began to talk about the second matter. "Speaking of which, the old Wang master seems to be in a hurry to leave." The old Wang master's heart thumped. He asked, "What do you mean, imperial envoy?" Jia Sherdao glanced down the hall. Wang Ren's coffin was placed there, but Wang Wangxing's body was lying in it. A group of people were crying around it, and Wang Ren's widow didn't know how to cry. She was crying with her child in her arms. The imperial envoy asked, "Wang Ren's coffin was stolen by the Shi brothers, but Wang Wangxing's body appeared in it. Then where is Wang Ren's body?" The old Wang master doesn't seem to care about this matter. The old Wang master's right hand trembled. He lowered his eyes and said as if nothing had happened, "The master has been killed. The whereabouts of Wang Ren's body isn't important. I was planning to gather all the people and fight the Shi family to the death. Why would I care about such a small matter? You stopped us from seeking revenge, and said that you wanted to seek justice for us. So naturally, the matter of Wang Ren will be left to you, sir." A cold light flashed in Jia Sherdao's eyes. He said indifferently, "So that's how it is. Then this official still has a few questions to ask you." The old Wang master bowed and said, "Please ask, sir." Jia Sherdao paced a few steps and said lightly, "First of all, I don't believe a single word the Shi brothers said. I don't believe that they would steal Wang Ren's coffin for the sake of their so-called brotherhood, just to seek justice for him." "Then, can you tell me the reason why they stole the coffin, master?" The old man shook his head and said, "Those bastards are crazy. How would I know what they were thinking? Sir, why don't you torture the two brothers? You will definitely get the truth." Jia Sherdao snorted coldly in his heart. He threw out the second question. "I saw that Wang Ren's coffin was made of good material, and it was very big. It was such an expensive coffin, and the craftsmanship was the best. It could be called a treasure in this world. Even the Ningguo mansion doesn't have a coffin like this. And as far as I know, Wang Ren was an ordinary son of the Wang family." The meaning of his words was obvious. Wang Ren was a good-for-nothing son of the Wang family. How could he deserve such a good coffin? The old Wang master said lightly, "That's because of his dead father. This is a private matter of the Wang family. There are all kinds of inside stories, and it's not for outsiders to know." "Are you also interested in family matters, sir? Then this old man can explain the inside story to milord." The old fox was so cunning. When Jia Sherdao heard this, he knew that the old man had already made up a set of excuses in his heart. If he asked further, it would just be a bunch of nonsense about the Zhang family, the Li family, and the Wang family's daughter-in-law being shameless. He cursed in his heart and threw out the last question. "I just returned home recently. I heard that Wang Ren's death caused quite a stir. How did Wang Ren die? Can you tell me, sir?" The old Wang master looked at him and suddenly sighed. "To be honest, sir, from Wang Ren's body, there are all kinds of signs that indicate that the person who killed him was most likely his biological sister, Wang Shifeng, who married into the Rongguo mansion." Jia Sherdao showed a timely expression of shock. "Is that so?" The old man shook his head and said, "It's really embarrassing for the Wang family to have such a scandal. This is also a big scandal of the Rongguo mansion. I dare to say, sir, why do you care? Now that Zixing's hatred has overshadowed everything, the Wang family is determined to take revenge on the Shi family. Everything else is not important. Now that you are willing to uphold justice for the Wang family is very grateful. I know that you have a good relationship with the Rongguo mansion, so the Wang family is willing to let go of Wang Ren's death. As for Wang Shifeng, the Wang family does not have this daughter." He looked at Jia Sherdao and said, "What do you think?" Jia Sherdao was stunned at first, then he waved his hand and said, "Sir, you have misunderstood. In fact, I am very interested in this matter. Maybe Wang Ren's death is not as simple as you think. After all, what motive did Wang Shifeng have to kill her brother? Why would she do that?" The old Wang master looked unhappy and said, "Only that bitch Wang Shifeng knows about this matter. Sir, why do you keep pursuing this matter? If you are really interested, please send someone to find the escaped Wang Shifeng. As long as you catch her, everything will come to light." This old man was like a tortoise made of iron. Jia Sherdao tested him a few times, but he was easily blocked. He did not get any useful information. He was angry, so he threatened the old man a few more times and sent him away. The Wang family left like a swarm of bees, and the small officials of the various departments also left. Jia Yutsuan saw that the imperial envoy was in a bad mood and did not want to summon him, so he went to instruct the people. In a moment, everyone in the hall had left, leaving only the imperial envoy sulking. He remembered the old Wang master's face and gritted his teeth. "That old man." A voice sounded out of nowhere. "Don't worry, he won't be able to jump around for long." Hearing this, Jia Sherdao's face lit up. "Brother!" A white shadow flashed, and Sun Lang came to his side. He said, "You did well, but your ability to scare people is still lacking. Otherwise, that old man Wang wouldn't have been able to turn the situation around. Jia Sherdao was stunned. Brother, you were here before? Why didn't you give me advice? Sun Lang sneered. Why would I give you advice? This old man withstood the pressure of the imperial envoy and left satisfied. Isn't that good? Jia Sherdao was stunned at first. Looking at his brother's expression, he did not seem to be mocking him on purpose. He thought about it carefully, and his expression changed slightly. Brother, are you trying to lure the snake out of its hole? Sun Lang nodded and said, the Wang family used Wang Wangxing's death as an excuse to threaten the Ronggua mansion. Their plan, which was originally in the bag, was completely destroyed by our gold medal. But the mastermind behind all of this seemed to have been prepared for a long time. They had already set up a strategy to seek victory in defeat. They knew that we could not fall into their rhythm. So they opened up the second battlefield and put the blame for Wang Wangxing's death on the Shi family. They wanted to use this to stir up the muddy water and erase the enemy's advantage. Jia Sherdao nodded. This was the strategy they had set up from the beginning. Sun Lang continued. The Wang family's excuse for going to the Ronggua mansion was Wang Wangxing's death. Now that the Shi family is the suspect, the Wang family has lost their moral justification and is in an extremely awkward situation. The mastermind's plan to kill Wang Wangxing and put the blame on the Ronggua mansion has failed. They were in the wrong first, and you had the gold medal and the arrow. If they insisted on pursuing this matter, the Wang family would not be able to withstand it even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms. This should have been one disaster after another. But at the critical moment, Elder Wang unexpectedly turned the tide and took the opportunity to attack the Shi family. He got the imperial envoy to help him and gave an explanation for the trespassing of the Ronggua mansion. He then turned the main conflict to Wang Wangxing's death and weakened the secret and influence of Wang Ren's death. In the end, he even stopped you from investigating Wang Ren's death. Sun Lang spread out his hands. This move can be said to come and go like a ghost. If I were the mastermind behind this, I would be relieved to see that my subordinates were so capable. I would definitely think of a way to save the situation. Jia Sherdao's eyes flashed. A chance. Sun Lang nodded. A chance. If he wanted to come out and reorganize the situation, he would naturally leave clues and traces. Sun Lang's strategy had always been to seek a direct battle. As long as he dragged the hidden enemy to the surface, then he would only need to beat them up violently and then he would be able to win. He pondered for a moment and asked Jia Sherdao, "What do you think of what Elder Wang said?" Jia Sherdao said without hesitation, 9 out of 10 sentences are true. Sun Lang clapped his hands. That's right. 9 out of 10 of his sentences are true. In other words, that one lie must be extremely important. Jia Sherdao said concisely, Wang Ren. Sun Lang nodded heavily. Wang Ren. The breakthrough lies with Wang Ren. But Wang Shifeng is not here, and the old man won't say anything. Jia Sherdao murmured. The Shi family must know something. Sun Lang shook his head. They don't know much either. Humph, it fits the style of that woman. Jia Sherdao tried to follow Sun Lang's jumping thoughts. That woman? Sun Lang said, Yes, Empress. I tricked her before. She is the Shi family's backer. Jia Sherdao almost jumped up in shock. Tricked? Brother, you? Sun Lang nodded and said, Yes. I appeared in front of that idiot and his son and almost scared them to death. I also did a little work. He told Jia Sherdao about the plan to sow discord. Of course, he emphasized on the rebellion and hid the fact that he instigated the Shi family's father and son to kill each other. After all, he didn't have to report everything in detail, right? Jia Sherdao's head was a little confused and inexplicably sour. It was probably the jealousy of Oniai-chan, who had been hiding her identity all this time, told 3B*cheese about her so casually. Or rather, it was the jealousy of some cheese who came out of nowhere to interfere with the little secret between two people. He felt very strange. After a while, he asked softly, "Brother, since you instigated the Shi family's father and son, why didn't you instigate Elder Wang as well? He must have been scared to death when he saw you." Sun Lang said calmly, "Shi Ichuan is the head of the Shi family. He is the absolute ruler of the Shi family. Who is Elder Wang? It's not only useless to instigate him, but it will also cause problems. It's better to use him as a bait to lure the snake out of its hole and let the mastermind behind the Wang family show up." Jia Sherdao was surprised. "Wait, didn't you already know that Empress is the mastermind behind this?" Sun Lang looked at him, as if he was an idiot, and sighed. "When did I tell you that the mastermind behind the Shi family and the Wang family is the same person?" Chapter 799. With a loud bang, a small lid of the Yu kiln fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The broken pieces of porcelain flew in all directions, and the remaining half of the Liuan tea, together with the tea leaves, splashed all over the ground. With this fall, several hundred taels of silver were thrown out. A young man in luxurious clothes was flying into a rage. "Rebel! Rebel! How dare they forge an imperial edict gold medallion and even pretend to be imperial envoys? Simply disgraceful, disgraceful!" This young man with extraordinary status was in a rage. A person stood in the hall and stole a glance at the broken tea set on the floor. A trace of pain flashed through his eyes. He flaunted himself as an elegant scholar and loved tea. This Yu Kilndian, she was a rare product in the world. It was one thing for it to be played with by idiots, but now it had become a sacrifice to vent their anger. There were few such good products in the world. He really didn't deserve to be a son, didn't deserve to be a son. He was mourning for this tea set in his heart when he heard the young man in the hall angrily say, "Teacher! This Jia family dared to forge an imperial edict gold medallion. This is already a crime of deceiving the emperor. Even if it was discussed in the imperial court, it would be a crime for the whole family to be executed. No one can say anything about it. I will write a memorial to the emperor and ask the heavenly soldiers of the imperial court to come and uproot the Rong and Ning families." Idiot! That person sighed in his heart but said, "Please calm down, Your Highness." This nuisance of a young prince seemed to be very angry. In a loud voice he said, "The thieves of the Jia Manor are so daring, they are completely deranged. Under the banner of the imperial envoy, they commit all kinds of outrages and damage the reputation of the royal family. As a child of the royal family, I wish I could eat their flesh. How can I calm down?" That person continued to persuade, "Your Highness, please be sure to prioritize state affairs. Before you left, His Majesty had already instructed you not to act rashly and to plan slowly. Moreover," he glanced at the young prince's face and laughed in a low voice. "Moreover, if you act now, won't your plan fail? You must always remember who your biggest enemy is." The prince's angry mood calmed down. Obviously, compared to His Majesty's instructions, it was the latter part of the persuasion that worked. Hearing the other party mention his proud plan, he nodded and said cheerfully, "Mister, you're right. If I collect evidence at this time and strike like a thunderbolt, of course I can win, but the other party won't sit still and wait for death. In this way, won't that woman reap the benefits without doing anything?" A gloomy expression appeared on his face, and he said coldly, "A woman like her is worthy of meddling with the great treasure and wielding the power of the emperor." This is simply wishful thinking. There has never been a precedent of a woman holding power in our dynasty, and there will never be a female emperor in the future. If she really ascends to the throne, wouldn't it be a mess? The man nodded in agreement. A hen taking over the throne? What a joke. Our empire has its own national conditions and has been fixed for thousands of years. How can we learn from the barbarian countries and let a woman steal the power? This must not happen. Empress's ambition must be restrained. This is related to the succession of the country. As a noble, you must not decline and step forward bravely. The young prince nodded repeatedly. Exactly. I am not coveting the throne, but for the country. This supreme position should naturally be occupied by a wise person. Only then can I act on behalf of the heavens and make the people happy, the man said respectfully. Your Highness has such feelings. You already have the appearance of a wise ruler. The young prince pretended to be surprised. He first looked around and then whispered, Mister, please be careful with your words and actions. The man shook his head with a smile. Your Highness, you don't have to be so modest. Only those who care about the world can get it. Your Highness is loyal to the country. You bravely compete for the Emperor's order and stand up for the Empire. As long as it is beneficial to the country, you can risk your life to do it. You will not change your attitude because of the good or bad consequences. You are a hero. Before he finished reciting the poem, the young prince, who had just revealed a proud expression, changed his expression. He said in a deep voice, Mister, why did you learn from that traitor and keep saying these words all day long? I have heard of that poem. It was originally very good. Unfortunately, its author was a heartless person and ruined 2 lines of good poetry. The man shook his head and smiled. Your Highness, you don't know. These 2 lines of poetry were not written by that person. The real author is called Lin Zexu. He was also a person who was born in the wrong time. The young prince's expression changed. How did Mr. know? The man smiled faintly. By a freak combination of factors, I learned it by chance. The young prince did not delve into it. Instead, he sneered. Oh? In other words, Grand Marshal Jia, who is known as a dragon among men, is actually a thief who stole poems to gain fame? Idiot. That person calmly said, Your Highness is wrong. First of all, that person never said that the poem was written by him. Secondly, he doesn't need any additional literary talent to spread his name. Jia Ying's martial arts alone is enough to dazzle thousands of years, to shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. If it wasn't for a freak combination of factors, he would be the most famous official in the martial temple for the past 1,000 years. The words deceiving the world to gain fame have nothing to do with him. Jealousy and disdain flashed across the prince's eyes as he coldly said, It's a pity that he's now a deranged traitor. No matter how great his achievements and reputation were in the past, they've all been written off. The man bowed his head and said, This subject is saying this not to argue with Your Highness, but to advise Your Highness. You cannot let down your guard and look down on that person. There was still a trace of disdain in the depths of the young prince's eyes. He pretended to be humble and gave a proud smile. Of course, how could this little prince look down on the enemy? Moreover, even if he was the invincible Grand Marshal of the past, wasn't he still fooled by this little prince's brilliant plan? He suppressed his excited and proud mood. He paced back and forth a few steps. With a cold smile, he said, Now he has taken the bait, right? Although he was bold enough to fake the gold medal and caught us off guard, the more proud he is, the faster he will be fooled. He must have found out the truth by now, right? He smiled proudly. He will find out that Empress Tensei is the mastermind behind all of this. That's right, that's right. I will continue to spread the bait and let him open his mouth and bite with all his might. He will bite that woman until he and that woman have a fight. When both of them are injured, then this prince will go out and pull in the net. When he spoke up to hear, he fiercely clenched his fists, as if he had already grasped the audacious and deceitful madman in his palm, and he clenched his fists tightly until the madman exploded from his grip. Fool! The strategist praised his lord's wisdom from the bottom of his heart. His Highness is a genius. He can turn the clouds with a flip of his hand and create rain with a flip of his hand. This move of shifting the disaster to Jiangdong is really a stroke of genius, the young prince frowned. Shifting the disaster to Jiangdong. What kind of story is this? This little prince has never heard of it. Damn, it's all because of that little bastard. I can't speak normally anymore. The strategist cursed in his heart and vaguely said, "It's just a story from an ancient book. Prince, you don't have to care about it. It's better to focus on the important matters." The prince nodded. That's right. He thought for a moment and muttered, "Now that the Jia brothers are bold enough to fake the gold medal and the imperial edict, our ambush on the Wang family has been defeated by them. But Jia Ying seems to be targeting the Shi family. This shows that although there are waves, it is still moving in the direction we expected," the strategist added, "but it still needs us to guide it." The young prince nodded and said, "Although Wang Xijing is cunning, he is shrewd and ruthless in handling matters. He did not reveal our secret. However, Wang Qi and Wang Zishan have fallen into the hands of the Jia family. Jia Yuxuan was also frightened by the fake imperial edict. These two matters need to be dealt with appropriately." The strategist said, "Prince is wise. I'm in charge of the Wang family's matter. These two people can be dealt with by me." The young prince smiled. "Of course, I can trust you. The Wang family of Jinling is a big family in the Summer State, but they were so obedient in your hands. It shows how talented you are." That person cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I don't deserve such praise. I am just a scholar. The reason why I was able to tame the Wang clan was because I borrowed His Highness's prestige and influence. They were all under His Highness's domineering aura." "Majesty," the young prince muttered to himself. "This word is very good. Damn, what should I do if I want to laugh?" The strategist barely suppressed his smile and continued, "As for Jia Yuxuan, he's a problem." The prince frowned. "Is it?" Jia Yuxuan was scared out of his wits because he thought the imperial edict was real. "If we tell him the truth, he will naturally come to his senses." The strategist said lightly, "That's true. But how do you prove to him that the imperial edict is fake?" He was willing to believe it because he didn't think Jia Sherdao had the guts to fake the imperial edict. How do you explain this to him? Do you want to tell him that the former Marshal Jia Ying is still alive in Jinling, and that he is the one who faked the imperial edict and committed treason? Do you want to tell him this secret? The young prince hesitated for a moment. You see, this is Jia Ying's plan to sow discord. When he scared Jia Yuxuan with the imperial edict, he also planted a seed of suspicion in his heart. If I'm right, the contents of the imperial edict must be very damaging. The strategist continued to persuade, "Your Highness, don't underestimate the enemy." Although the talented and elegant prince agreed, he was getting more and more impatient. He found that his loyal strategist was actually a hidden Jia Ying's boaster. Every few words he said, he would flatter the traitor openly and secretly. If he didn't know this strategist well, he would have suspected that he was a spy sent by Jia Ying. He forced himself to suppress his displeasure and impatience. "Then how do you think we should deal with Jia Yuxuan?" "It's simple. We just need to reason with him and persuade him to do us a small favor." The strategist smiled. "Now that Jia Ying has fallen into our trap, he subconsciously thinks that the person behind Jinling is Empress. Then let's ask Magistrate Jia to be the witness." The prince was dazed at first, then he understood and said with a smile, "That's brilliant. Since your Highness has no objection, I'll do it." The strategist bowed. "Besides, since Jia Ying has fallen into our trap, we have to start the next phase of the deployment. Jia Su's attitude has changed, and Ronggua's mansion can be activated again." Chapter 800. Strategizing and scheming, toying with powerful opponents in the palm of his hand. In the end, the enemy didn't even know how they lost even when they were resigned to their fate. This feeling of being high above, of controlling everything. Manipulating people like puppets and shaking their fingers was an interesting puppet show. The strings that connected the puppets were called power and strength. This was the privilege of the upper class, and it was also the game of the upper class. How interesting! The enemy was a scoundrel who gained fame by deceiving the world, an ordinary man whose reputation was exaggerated, a deranged traitor, and a calamity that annoyed Imperial Father. This was an opportunity. If he could beautifully complete Father's task, or even exceed it, or even solve this disaster for the court in one fell swoop, it would certainly be a great merit. Father would certainly think highly of him. In the heart of the Emperor, Jian was always the best help to climb up, whether it was an official or a prince. A prince who didn't want to be the crown prince wasn't a good prince. His ambition was growing. The desire for power, the desire for power, the desire for the supreme position, the desire for the only throne. That was the ultimate dream of his since childhood. He wanted to sit on the dragon throne that represented unlimited power. He wanted to be the emperor. He wanted to work hard. He wanted to be immortalized in history. He wanted to surpass Father, and even surpass all the previous emperors. If he didn't make a name for himself, how could he be worthy of being born in this imperial family? And now, in Summer Province, in Jinling, there was a perfect opportunity. Jia Ying, the so-called Grand Marshal of the 6 armies, was now a mere stepping stone. The prince's eyes flashed with ambition and greed. He clenched his fists and swore in his heart. Father! You conferred the title of Prince Zhongshuan, so I will naturally be loyal to you and obedient to you. But this loyalty is only for Father. I don't intend to be loyal to another emperor. You just wait and see. Prince Zhongshuan bowed deeply to the think tank in front of him. I'll leave everything to you, teacher. The teacher helped the lord up and nodded solemnly. A gentleman will die for his friend. How can I not do my best? I will devise strategies for the prince, divide and alienate, and strike the traitor Jia. King Zhongshuan grabbed the other party's shoulders with both hands and shook them forcefully. You are my right-hand man, my teacher, and my friend. I am willing to share my glory and wealth with you. That person's eyes were filled with deep gratitude, and even his voice had a trace of emotion as he said, I will sacrifice my life for the king. Your Highness, please wait for the good news. The two hypocrites pretended to express their feelings for each other for a few rounds, but they both secretly felt sick of it. They both stopped at the same time. The man took a few steps back and bowed. If there is nothing else, I will go now. The situation in Jinling is very delicate right now. I will have to trouble you to endure for a while longer. He paused for a moment and then said, After all, our enemy is extremely cunning. Jia Ying knows everything, no matter how big or small, and is used to finding opportunities from clues. Your Highness, you must not let down your guard, and you must not underestimate the enemy. You have to know that the enemy is in the open and we are in the dark. We have the advantage. As long as we move step by step and plan slowly, Jia Ying will definitely fall into our trap and lose without a doubt. King Zhongshuan's good mood, which had just risen, became awkward again. Motherf ****. First he said Jia Ying was amazing, then he said Jia Ying was amazing. Was he really that amazing? If he was really smart, how could he have ended up in the Great Barren Mountain? Even though he had reached that step, he did not defile himself to protect himself, nor did he form a clique for personal gain. He still put on a face that was even more saintly than a saint. It could be seen that he was a complete idiot. At most, he was a bit better at fighting, but this kind of person was only a martial artist. He could not be a powerful official. He had no strategy, and was not ruthless enough. There was nothing to be afraid of. You are usually wise, looking down on the heroes of the world, treating them like they are nothing. Why did you break down when it came to Jia Ying? Not only was he scared to death, he didn't even dare to say a single bad word. Moreover, he was trembling in fear, like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Let's not talk about other things, but if Jia Ying really had the ability to predict things, how could he not see through my plan? How could he not see that I was trying to lure him into a war with the Tensei province? How could he not see that we were trying to drive a wedge between Jia Su? How could he not see that the Wang and Shi families were not the same person behind them? However, this is also good. The more you and the other civil and military officials think that Jia Ying is amazing, the happier I will be. Because he is my stepping stone, I will defeat him, and I will enjoy the glory of defeating Jia Ying alone. The more you think of him as amazing, the more glorious my victory will be. King Zhongshuan's smile became even brighter and prouder. He couldn't help but imagine what it would be like when that day came. He was very excited, very confident, and felt that he had the pearl of wisdom in his hand. His body was filled with endless power. He looked at the strategist in front of him and said in a playful tone, "This prince understands." The strategist frowned, but he still said, "Your Highness, please be careful. You must know that Jia Ying's nose is very sensitive. If he notices something amiss and finds his way here, he will definitely disturb your Highness. After all, he is a famous general of Tianyuan and has great martial arts. Damn it, are you done yet? If you say that he is good at fighting, I will reluctantly admit it. After all, I have heard of his reputation, but why are you even boasting about his martial arts? Do you think I haven't heard of him? He was originally a good-for-nothing from the Rongwa household, but smoke rose from his ancestral grave and he was chosen by the sacred sword. That's why he became famous. If I were him, I could do it too. Now that he doesn't even have the sacred sword, what's so great about him? Moreover, how old is he? He was only in his 20s when he died. Even if he started practicing martial arts in his mother's womb, how strong can he be? Fighting can be said to be a fast learner and talented, but martial arts requires hard work. Even if he can use battle to nurture battle, how strong can he be? Prince Zhongshuan looked at this guy who only cared about destroying his prestige and couldn't help but say a few words of sarcasm. Teacher, you are underestimating yourself too much. Think about that Jia Ying, a deserter and traitor who luckily escaped from the Great Barren Mountains and even lost the sacred sword. Without the imperial army, how strong can his martial arts be? Perhaps he hasn't even recovered from the injuries he suffered in the Great Barren Mountains. Otherwise, why would he hide in the shadows and not dare to show himself? As the prince said this, he was full of righteousness. After all, the empire had existed for hundreds of years, and the imperial army and martial artists had always been the main theme of national defense. The importance of the imperial army to martial artists was self-evident, and this was something that had long been agreed upon. Once a martial artist was equipped with a suitable imperial army, their combat strength would increase significantly, allowing them to easily defeat martial artists of the same level who weren't equipped with an imperial army. On the other hand, if a martial artist didn't have the imperial army, no matter how high his martial arts cultivation was, it was only natural that he would be defeated when surrounded and suppressed by martial artists of the same level from the imperial army. Thus, Jia Ying might have been one of the empire's few peerless experts when he wielded the sacred sword, but now that he had lost the sacred sword, what was there to be afraid of? Thus, Prince Zhongshuan snorted a few times. I heard that he fled to the lands of the Ming, Song, and Qin prefectures, hiding here and there. Wasn't that the reason? No matter how strong his martial arts are, he's only one person. With the army surrounding him and mobilizing their experts and elites, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, how long can he hold out? At this point, a confident look appeared on Prince Zhongshuan's face. He clasped his hands behind his back and said proudly, "This humble prince is carrying out a mission on Imperial Father's orders, so I'm willing to play with Jia Ying. But if his dog nose is so sharp that he can actually find where this prince is hiding, then he's the one who ran into me. Mr. Think Tank's face was expressionless, because he had to keep a straight face. A malicious smile appeared on the young prince's face. You should know that this humble prince has invited many experts this time. It's fine if he doesn't come, but if he does, then he'll be walking right into a trap. I'll definitely set up an inescapable net for him, and then I'll take a good look at whether the peerless Grand Marshal Jia is still as brave as the rumors say after losing the sacred sword. Humph 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 humph. Mr. Think Tank kept a straight face and said in a low voice, Your Highness, violence is the last way to solve a problem. We can't use it so easily, because once we use force, there's no turning back. It's fine if we succeed, but if we fail and Jiaing escapes, then it'll be another battle on the Great Barren Mountain. Prince Zhongshuan coldly said, This prince is not like that woman, who claimed to have set up everything, but who knew that she still let Jiaing escape. Heaven knows if she did it on purpose. The man shook his head, as if he realized that he couldn't continue. He said softly, This humble one will take his leave. Prince Zhongshuan wasn't lacking in etiquette. Take care, sir. After watching Mr. Think Tank leave, Prince Zhongshuan returned to his seat, his eyes gloomy and uncertain. A moment later, he slammed the table. Humph. If everything goes according to your plan, then won't this prince be a mere figurehead? I'd like to see if Jiaing really has 3 heads and 6 arms, and if she's really as perceptive as you say. After Mr. Think Tank left the room, he vaguely heard a muffled sound behind him, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an almost imperceptible sneer. Damn it, so tiring. I have to deceive this idiot and compete with that little bastard in a battle of wits. I don't know which one is more difficult, but it's still necessary to work hard because I have to hide myself and my goal. You might be able to see through my plan, and you might already be setting up a counterattack. You might be able to find the real mastermind, or even detect me, but there's one thing you won't know. You definitely won't know what I'm trying to do, and what I want. All of this has been prepared for you. I've been waiting for you for a long time. We've also been waiting for you for a long time. Everything, in the end, I'll get what I want. This time, there won't be any more accidents. He tilted his head and smiled slightly mockingly. I've just angered him many times, and with this idiot's impetuous and arrogant personality, he'll definitely think himself clever and do something. It won't be easy to guide him to do something. This is good news for you, because you'll definitely need a hint. Sun Lang. Chapter 801. What? Other than Empress, there's another enemy? Jia Sherdao couldn't help exclaiming. Sun Lang nodded. Although it is very strange, we are indeed facing 2 completely different groups of enemies. Other than the Empress concubine, the origins of the other group of people are really very mysterious. Jia Sherdao couldn't digest the news. He hesitated. So the Wangs don't listen to Empress? But you said that Madame Ma exposed your identity before she died, and she knows about your background. That means. Even now, at the mention of the previous matter, Sun Lang's eyes couldn't help but reveal killing intent. He said calmly, So what? That woman isn't the only one who knows about that. Jia Sherdao was shocked. He said in a low voice, Other than Empress, there's only. Sun Lang's tone carried a hint of mockery. From this, it seems that the position of our great general of heavenly strategies is not so stable. At least in the dark, there are many malicious gazes. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the board hanging on the mirror in the government office. He said, Our mysterious opponent is very cunning. He wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He seems to be trying to lead me to fight against the Empress concubine. He also used Madame Ma, Wang Qi, and many other traps to mislead me. He wants me to believe that the Empress concubine is behind all of this. Coincidentally, the Shi family is also the Empress concubine's dog. Jia Sherdao scratched his head. Is that so? I did suspect that if Empress is behind the Wangs, why would the Wangs and the Shi family have a conflict? Is Empress trying to mislead us? But now. Sun Lang frowned. This is also what I suspect. This mysterious opponent of ours is really good at sowing discord. Every step of the plan is calculated perfectly, but the other work is too rough. I can see the flaws at a glance. Is he trying to hide something? Jia Sherdao still didn't believe his brother. So, brother, how do you know that the person behind the Wangs isn't Empress? Could it be that you're mistaken? Sun Lang shook his head. It can't be wrong. His younger brother seemed to want to get to the bottom of the matter. Why is elder brother so sure? Sun Lang glanced at him. No means no. I just know. Jia Sherdao was stunned at first, and then he said in a low voice, Brother, you really know her well. Sun Lang glanced at him and snorted. It's complicated, and it's hard to explain it to you. After the incident with Madame Ma, I calmed down and thought about it carefully. I already had doubts, so I wrote those words in the fake imperial edict to test you. To prevent the unfilial prince from spreading false imperial edicts? Jia Sherdao suddenly understood. No wonder elder brother wrote that. If that's the case, then Jia Yuzuan must have important clues. Let's torture him, Sun Lang sneered. Don't be silly. If we show him the imperial edict and ask him who the unfilial prince is in the end, he'll definitely be suspicious. Magistrate Jia has experienced ups and downs in the officialdom, so he's obviously a smart man. We have to be careful when dealing with him. Jia Sherdao nodded as if he didn't fully understand. Sun Lang seemed to have thought of something. He thought for a moment and said lightly, Besides, I don't really want to know who's behind the Wangs now. At least, I won't find out through Jia Yuzuan. Jia Sherdao was confused. Why? Because the bait is too salty and too obvious. The flaws left deliberately are too big, so I can't help but feel that if I directly threaten Jia Yuzuan, I'll definitely fall into his trap. However, I can take the opportunity to set a trap for him and find out who he is. This is not a big deal. In fact, the person who knows me so well is probably an old friend. Sun Lang said faintly, The matter of Madame Ma and Wang Qi has already made me confirm one thing. The person hiding behind the Wang family is a very, very cunning guy. He hides in the dark, plays tricks, and has a hidden plot against me. Although I don't know what they want to do or what they want, I do know one thing. He put up a finger. That is, don't do what the enemy wants you to do. Jia Sherdao seemed to understand. Just like how you immediately withdrew from the matter of the Wangs threatening the Rongwa mansion, opened up a second battlefield, and changed the situation by framing the Shi family? Sun Lang nodded. Yes, the most important thing is not to be led by the nose by the enemy. Once you fall into the enemy's rhythm, you'll be more and more passive. So, the identity of the person behind the scenes needs to be investigated, but it has to be investigated in a way that the enemy doesn't expect. Which way? The Wangs. You should be able to imagine that. At least they won't think of my method. What method? Do you still remember? More than one person from the Wangs said that they sold their souls to evil spirits. Since that's the case, then I'll show them what evil is. Sun Lang smiled and said, Pretend to be Wang Ren's ghost again and scare those bastards to death. Jia Sherdao was silent for a moment. Is it fun? Fun is just a bonus. Didn't I say it before? Interest is the most important. As a person, the most important thing is to be happy. If you can do things with a happy mood, you'll be very efficient. Brother, has anyone told you that you'll explain more when you're guilty? Is that so? It's just like how you specially explained about the Empress concubine. Slap. When Mayor Jia Yuzuan was received by the Special Commissioner again, he keenly noticed that the Imperial Commissioner's head seemed to be a little red, as if he had bumped into something. But this was none of his business. The philosophy of officialdom was to ask less and be forgetful. In fact, he now had some admiration and fear for the Imperial Commissioner. The other party had already shown his wrists and muscles, proving his ability and ability. The glorious Shi family was hit in the head and was beaten down just like that. They didn't even have the chance to react. When Mr. Jia saw Shi Ichuan leave in a daze, he wanted to scream out loud. He wanted to say, King deserved this day. Wang Zixing's appearance in Wang Ren's coffin had not only hit the Shi family hard with a stick, but also knocked the Wang family into a daze. Previously, they had blocked the Rongwa mansion and bullied the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children, saying that the head of the family had died in the hands of the Jia family. But in the blink of an eye, Wang Zixing's body had appeared in Wang Ren's coffin, and this coffin had been forcibly taken away from the Wang family by the Shi family. What else could they say? So the Wang family could only lie down in shame and allow themselves to be bullied. And so, the Shi family was completely suppressed, and the Wang family also fell into a very passive position. Once the Imperial Commissioner made his move, not only did he clear all suspicion of the Rongwa mansion, but he also established his absolute advantage over the Wang and Shi families. This was because the Imperial Commissioner could use his status and power to reasonably pursue and beat down the Shi and Wang families. On the other hand, the Shi family didn't dare go against the Imperial Commissioner, so they could only beg Jia Shidao to be merciful. The Wang family wanted Jia Shidao to seek justice for them and not pursue the matter of the Rongwa mansion, so they had to kneel down and lick his boot. Thus, 2 of the 4 big families in Jinling basically had to listen to the Imperial Commissioner. In addition to the Jia family and the Shui family, who didn't have much of a presence, the 4 big families were all gathered together. The younger generation would surpass them in time. No wonder he was a general who had fought in the Great War of Tianyuan. No wonder he was a young hero who had once followed that person. This sudden plan and then action was extremely vicious. Yes, plan and then act. Was it a coincidence that Wang Zixing's body had appeared in Wang Ren's coffin? No, it definitely wasn't. After all, the Wang family had clamored about going to the Rongwa mansion to seek justice. Since that person had instructed them behind the scenes, he certainly wouldn't speak without thinking. At the time, he had also been asked to force the Rongwa mansion, so he naturally understood the inside story of the matter very well. He was almost certain that no matter who killed Wang Zixing, he had died in the Rongwa mansion. Later, the Imperial Commissioner descended from the sky, and this kind of thing happened. Jia Yutsuan's mind thought back to when the coffin was opened and Shi Ichuan's expression of shock and anger mixed with fear. This was a person's most instinctive reaction. It was definitely not fake. In other words, the Imperial Commissioner's way of doing things was truly very wild. Thinking of this, Jia Yutsuan couldn't help but be wary in his heart. He had already fully realized the Imperial Commissioner's methods and majesty, and his heart was more or less convinced. The balance in his heart also couldn't help but lean toward the Imperial Commissioner's side. Although the prince was powerful, he wasn't the most powerful. He was just giving face. It wasn't like he was going to seek refuge there. It was also clear at a glance who was more powerful between the emperor and the prince. Furthermore, there was that imperial edict. Furthermore, the Imperial Commissioner's methods were so impressive. He was already pondering in his heart whether or not he should take the initiative to surrender and give a clear explanation to the Imperial Commissioner. Unexpectedly, the Imperial Commissioner didn't ask about this matter. It was as if he had already forgotten about the matter of the Rongwa mansion. The young Imperial Commissioner patted his shoulder and said in an old-fashioned manner, Jia Yutsuan's mood was very strange. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "I am here. You did very well today. I am very happy. You see the big picture and are a talent. I can forget the unpleasant things that happened before." Imperial Commissioner Jia's voice was deep and unfathomable. No one could tell what he was thinking. The past can be written off, but the following matter, the prefectural magistrate should know what to do, right? Jia Yutsuan's sweat poured down in an instant. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Jia Sherdao laughed lightly. I just want to tell you, when someone comes to you and asks you to slander Empress Tensei, I hope you can ask him a few questions. This shouldn't be difficult, right? Chapter 802. Brother, I still don't understand. If you knew that someone would come for Jia Yutsuan, why didn't you just wait for him to come? At this moment, Sun Lang and Jia Yutsuan had already left the Jinling government office. Their excuse was that the imperial envoy was going to visit the Wang family secretly. Since the possibility of Magistrate Jia leaking the secret was not low, it was also a trap to tell them the actual itinerary. When they came, they took the Jia family's carriage. Now that they didn't need to transport Wang Qi, the carriage was more conspicuous. Fortunately, there were all kinds of props in the carriage. Jia Su always took care of everything. They found something like a cloak in the carriage. After putting it on, they looked like two sneaky, mysterious people. However, the empire worshipped martial arts, and Jinling was a big city. There were many martial artists dressed like this, so it wasn't strange for them to be walking on the road. As they walked, Jia Sherdao asked the question in his heart. Sun Lang answered, First of all, I'm not sure if anyone would come for Jia Yutsuan. He explained, Our opponent is a guy who doesn't play by the rules. Waiting for him to come is a waste of time. Facing a sly enemy hiding in the dark, staying in one place will only waste the opportunity. The best way to deal with such an opponent is to attack with attack and take the opportunity to expand our advantage. After all, he paused and said lightly, After all, we don't know where he's going to attack. We can only try to expand our advantage while the situation is still in a stalemate. Jia Sherdao understood now. Ronghua Mansion is the place you care about the most. Are you worried that they'll attack Ronghua Mansion? Sun Lang nodded first and then glanced at his brother. Not only that. I'm King worried that they'll follow your father's path. However, he couldn't say this to Jia Sherdao. Otherwise, it would add a lot of trouble to the kid, and it wouldn't solve any problems. He said faintly, In fact, up until now, I still haven't figured out their plans. Instead, I'm getting more and more confused. I can only guess their purpose from their actions. Until now, I still don't have a clear grasp of it. But it doesn't matter. There's still time. The more they do, the more flaws they will reveal. Jia Sherdao nodded. That was the only way. He said solemnly, Brother, I will help you. Although I am still inexperienced and can't do some things well, please use me as much as you want. Why is elder brother always so cold whenever I reveal my feelings? Because you're gay. Seeing that Jia Sherdao was speechless, Sun Lang smiled and said, Let's go back to your house first. Jia Sherdao seemed surprised. What's wrong? Sun Lang smiled faintly. I need to discuss with your father about what happened just now, including how to deal with the Wang family and the Shi family. Your father is a veteran of the Jianghu, so he might have some unique insight. While I'm at it, I'll give your father another lesson, hoping that he'll understand what eternal loyalty is. After all, if my guess is correct, this side forged an imperial edict and used the power of the imperial envoy to suppress the Wang and Shi families. In a short period of time, we have the upper hand. The enemy will not wait helplessly for death. The mastermind behind the scenes will probably make a move. But, Ronghua Mansion, Jia Su, Wang Qi, the Shi brothers, Jia Yutsuan. Among these big and small targets, who will you choose? I care a lot. Because, for these big and small targets, I've more or less set up some traps. I hope you can run into an exciting one and be pleasantly surprised, so that my plan won't go to waste. Jia Sherdao was unaware of all this. When he heard that they were going home, he showed a slight resistance on his face. He sighed and said, Father must dislike me now. Sigh. He has been disappointed in me since I was young. Here we go again. Straighten your back. I'll back you up. Why are you afraid of him? Sun Lang waved his hand and said, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Boys should be rebellious, should be messing around, and should compete with their father. I mean, talk back, at most you'll get beaten up. If that doesn't work, just shout 'Father, I love you' a few times and give him goosebump. Isn't it just a competition of shamelessness?" The two of them rushed all the way and soon arrived at Ningguo Mansion. They climbed over the wall as if there was no one there. They passed through the mansion, the garden, and Jia Su's bamboo study. Sun Lang was thinking about how to talk to Jia Su next. He had to know what to do, and he had to have an attitude. He had to warn or even hint at him. How troublesome. If it was someone close to him, he would tell him the truth. If it was someone not close, he could reason with him after beating him up. However, Jia Su's identity was neither close nor distant. Plus, he had to take Jia Sherdao into consideration, so it was very troublesome. Therefore, it was better to maintain the status quo. He saw through it but did not say it out loud, and purposely dealt with Jia Su. This guy doesn't know that I already know that he knows. He must be feigning civility with me now. This is actually very good. I can use him to do something, and even give the person who tried to drive a wedge between us a good lesson. Sun Lang had already made up his mind, and the bamboo forest where Jia Su lived was already in sight. He raised his head to take a look, and his expression suddenly became strange. Could it be so coincidental? Just as he was about to say something, Jia Sherdao had already quickened his pace. At this moment there was a sudden explosion in the bamboo forest study, followed by a roar. Hearing the sudden sounds of fighting, Sun Lang's eyes involuntarily flashed with a cold light. Jia Sherdao was shocked. He immediately jumped up and shouted, "Father!" His figure moved at an extremely fast speed and crashed into the direction of the study. The murderer seemed to have noticed the arrival of reinforcements. With a loud crack, a figure broke the window of the study and fled from the other side of the house. Sun Lang sneered inwardly, but he did not chase after him. Instead, he followed Jia Sherdao into the study. In the study, Jia Su's face was a bit pale. He covered his chest, and there were still thin streaks of blood at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be injured. Seeing Jia Sherdao rush in, he was a bit breathless. "Why are you here?" Jia Sherdao rushed forward and felt his father's pulse first. He glanced at the window and immediately turned back. "I'll take care of father. Brother, go after that person." Sun Lang had been paying attention to Jia Su's expression since he entered the room. Sure enough, when he heard "go after that person," Jia Su's expression became very unnatural for a moment. Sun Lang said lightly, "You came at a bad time." That was a double entendre. Jia Su had a guilty conscience. Hearing that, he said angrily, "What did you say?" Jia Su was Jia Su. After a moment of gaffe, he realized that he had said something wrong. He coughed and spat out a small mouthful of blood. He said angrily, "Bad time? Do you want to wait for him to kill me before you come?" Sun Lang shrugged. "Uncle, you've misunderstood me. I mean, the murderer came at the wrong time and bumped into me. He's really delivered himself to my doorstep." After he finished speaking, his figure moved and chased after him. That person had indeed come at a bad time. Interesting. At least his qinggong was pretty good. By the time Sun Lang chased after him, the assailant had already dashed dozens of meters away. When he saw Sun Lang chasing after him, he even recklessly turned around and waved his hand to mock him, signaling for him to come. Sun Lang was slightly dazed. How could this grandson be so brave? But he quickly reacted. After thinking for a moment, he immediately took out the fire qilin and raised his hand to shoot. With an explosive sound, the bullet spun out of the muzzle under the violent driving force, bringing a series of sharp sounds in the air, playing the notes of slaughter. The importance of firearms to war was self-evident. It liberated manpower to a great extent, so that killing no longer required a tight formation, delicate cooperation, outstanding martial arts, and fearless courage. As long as one had the strength to pull the trigger, it was possible to easily kill a fully armed and powerful warrior, which was enough to end the romance of the era of cold weapons. It should have been like this, but obviously the situation in this world was a little special. The divine power of raging flame, whose firearms were the best in the world, had built a technical barrier. The exquisite firearms technology was firmly restrained under the glory of the Church, crowned in the name of holiness and mystery, and became a sacred ritual that could only be mastered by the priest of flame. Lowly and ignorant mortals were not allowed to touch it. Therefore, large-scale research and development, production, and equipment were still a fairy tale with no end in sight. In addition, there was also a power that was above the mortal world that prevented hot weapons from encroaching on the war status of cold weapons. Because of the existence of some power that was beyond the mortal world, the power of continuous fire weapons and heavy artillery was not as destructive and invincible as imagined, not to mention ordinary guns. For example, now, the bullet pierced through the air, whistling out, and shot toward the back of the fleeing person. If this shot hit, the pointed bullet would easily tear through the fragile flesh and blood tissue and open a hole in the person's body. However, this did not happen. Determining the location by listening to the sound and catching the hidden weapon was a compulsory course for a martial artist. A cold light flashed and the autumn water dagger slashed behind him. That person actually twisted his body and slashed down the bullet that was coming at him at high speed in midair. His speed of escape did not slow down at all. Sun Lang shot out 3 more times, and they were cut down by the person one by one. The person's swordsmanship was superb, and his martial arts were amazing. And during this time, he still maintained his high-speed movement. At this time, he passed through the mansion and was already close to the courtyard wall behind the Ningwa mansion. As long as he rushed out of the Rongwa mansion and into the streets and alleys outside, he would be like a fish in water, able to escape without a trace in a moment. Perhaps the murderer felt that he was in the bag, so he laughed loudly and said, "Do you only know how to use firearms?" Hearing this, Sun Lang's expression turned cold. He felt that as a fan of CF, he needed to teach the other party what the origin of all things was. "You're just an action game, and you're even F*King Wuxia oriented." In a flash, Sun Lang raised the red Kylin in his hand, and with a light shake, the magazine slid out to the side, and a bullet was thrown out of the magazine by itself under the delicate control of strength. Sun Lang's left hand grabbed, and the bullet was already in the palm of his hand. He raised his right leg, pulled his left arm back, and assumed a classic baseball pitcher's pose. At the same time, he made a sound. Watch this. Chapter 803. Watch out for my gun, Sun Longjin said angrily. Then, he fiercely shot the bullet in his hand. Yes, he shot it out. This was gun kung fu. In order to ensure the effect of the performance, Sun Lang even shouted bang. It was like a child holding up his finger as a gun and making bang 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 sounds with his mouth. The assassin let out a final taunt, as if he was going to jump over the wall to escape. He was sure that he had attracted enough hatred, and that person would definitely be unable to restrain his anger and chase after him. As long as he chased after him, his thoughts stopped there, because he heard a bang sound. This sound seemed to be different from the previous gunshot. It seemed to be quite wrong. Then, there was a series of whistling sounds that tore through the air. Judging by the sound, this time it was still a bullet fired from a gun. That was the strange skill of the Lihua nation. A warrior like him had always looked down on this kind of thing. After all, the power of firearms was limited and clumsy. The trajectory of the bullet could only be straight, without any fancy trick. It was far from being comparable to hidden weapons that could be both far and close. When the most experienced gunman in the Lihua nation fought against an ordinary disciple of the Tang sect, the result was obvious. Even if he fired 10,000 bullets, he would not be able to touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. And the opponent would only need 10 minutes to poke the gunman into a hornet's nest. Therefore, the firearms of the Lihua nation were just trash. Only weak warriors or killers who had no taboos would smuggle some barbaric tools from the black market and use them when they were not prepared. It was very useless. Just like the person behind him. That was what he originally thought. At first, it was as he expected. Even if the gun in the opponent's hand was powerful and the bullets were as fast and powerful as thunder, they were still easily blocked by his sword skills that he had immersed himself in for more than 10 years. But this time was different. Sound. Although the sound was still a sharp bullet, the whistling sound was ear-piercing, indicating that the bullet's speed and power were at least 50 times greater than before. What's going on? Did he use an even more powerful firearm? In that instant, this skilled assassin felt his hair stand on end. His instincts as a warrior warned him that his life was in danger from behind. He realized one thing in that instant. This attack was not something that could be blocked with a dagger. His true chi revolved crazily and his muscles trembled unceasingly. His body suddenly changed from a fast forward charge to a left turn. In an instant, he completed the change of direction, showing his extremely high level of Qin Gong cultivation. He was originally proficient in this, otherwise he wouldn't have been sent to carry out this mission. But that was the end of it. The tiny object whizzed past him with a terrifying momentum. Even though he dodged it with all his might, the left side of his waist was still hit. In an instant he felt a crazy pain. At that moment, he thought that it was the sword energy of a sword saint that came from behind him. That tiny bullet broke through the air and actually twisted the omnipresent air into a sharp blade. The violent wind blade crazily twisted and spread, bringing about a violent shock. He was only lightly grazed by the airflow, but his internal organs were crazily shaken as if the sea was overturned. He spat out a mouthful of blood. But compared to being injured, there was another thing that he couldn't accept. He looked at the small hole in the wall in front of him. There was a dark yellow color inside. It was no doubt the bullet from the gun. The bullet hit the wall and then embedded itself. I don't understand. The assassin was hit by the airflow, shaking his internal organs. His originally lightning-fast body movement was also slowed down a lot. At that moment, he didn't even think about running away because his mind was in chaos. That bullet just roared with the force of thunder and set off a terrifying gust of wind. Just being hit by the airflow was enough to shake his internal organs. He could feel the tremendous power contained in that bullet. If he had been hit directly, he would have been turned into a pile of minced meat on the spot. He dodged, and the bullet hit the air and crashed into the thick and tall courtyard wall of the Ningguo residence. In fact, he wouldn't have been surprised if this small bullet had directly blown down the 1,000-foot-tall courtyard wall of the Ningguo residence. But it didn't. The bullet just rushed over and embedded itself in the wall. Nothing happened after that. There was no sound or movement. It was as if the terrifying bullet just wanted to fly over and embed itself in the wall, staying with the tall and mottled courtyard wall forever. As for the hit he suffered just now, it was just because he was in the way of the bullet and was casually pushed to the side so that he wouldn't get in the way. It was very abrupt, very strange, and very strange. But what made the assassin even more crazy was that he didn't know how the bullet was shot. It simply shattered his stable worldview. Why was it like this? If the firearms of the Li-Fire Kingdom were so tyrannical, then what the hell were we practicing martial arts for? If each person had a gun and hundreds of people stood in a team, we would be able to kill the world's number one. He suddenly turned his head. He was holding a short sword, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were crazy. Compared to the mission of His Highness, the prosperity of the Empire's martial arts was more important. He had to figure out what was going on. What kind of powerful firearm did this kid use? At this moment, he was filled with a sense of mission and honor. In the long thousands of years, there were many outstanding figures, endless great grandmasters, and peerless powerhouses whose names shook the world. Their deeds, their style, their achievements, and their fame together cast the cornerstone of martial art, refining the essence into chi, tempering the body and tempering the body, diligently and painstakingly training day and night. Only in this way could one become a dragon among men, a martial artist who transcended the mortal world. This was the way of self-improvement that the heavens never stopped moving. This was the right path for everyone to be like a dragon. Wondrous skills were just external factors. Once there was nothing to rely on, one's true strength would be revealed. The true strength of one's own strength was the temperament of the strong. Firearms were strange skills that could only make people lose the temperament of a powerhouse. It was the path of evil. In an instant, he used all his strength and roared, "The enemy's firearm is powerful." No matter what the result was, he had to first pass the news to let His Highness know and let His Highness be on guard. The enemy in front of him was nothing to worry about, but his firearm was very strange. His voice spread far and wide. He was sure that his companions had heard the news. They would definitely know that the situation had changed and would definitely retreat quickly. Everyone would definitely bring this precious news back. Then, with the dagger in his hand, he charged bravely towards the enemy behind him, ignoring the injuries in his body. He had his back to the enemy just now, so he didn't see how the enemy had fired that terrifying shot. He had to confirm it with his eyes. He wanted to see what was going on. He wanted to see if a mere firearm could really shake the martial way. He roared, "Come on!" Even though he was severely injured, he was still able to exert his full strength. If not for His Highness's instructions not to kill, Jia Su wouldn't have just spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were like a wolf, fiercely closing in. In a battle between experts, victory and defeat could be decided in an instant. In a few breaths' time, he had already rushed out more than 10 feet. Closer, closer. His heart was beating vigorously. He felt that the world was unprecedentedly real. He knew that he was about to meet his fate. Either he would die with the enemy, or he would be forced to use that terrifying firearm again and be smashed into pieces. But no matter what, at least I can fight and die. Come on, kill me with that evil firearm of yours. But I will also use my blood to let you know that strange skills are only temporary. The light of martial arts is eternal. He laughed madly, howled, and closed in. Then, he saw the person in front of him sigh. He saw the person raise the gun in his hand. Is he going to shoot? No, the muzzle was raised. He raised the gun high. What is he doing? After raising it, he suddenly swung it down. It was as if the gun in his hand was not a firearm that fired bullets, but a mace or something similar. Is a firearm used like this? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw something even more terrifying. Something even more terrifying than the bullet. The other party raised his gun high and then swung it down. He didn't shoot but instead used the gun as a stick to fight in close combat. Moreover, it was just an ordinary swing. The speed wasn't fast, the strength wasn't strong, and there weren't any moves to speak of. It looked like an ordinary attack, even a desperate one. If that was all, he would be happy. At this level of close combat, he only needed 3 moves to disarm the person's gun and knock him to the ground. But something terrible happened. He could not dodge. He saw it clearly, as if time had slowed down. The cold barrel of the gun was smashing towards his head. He could see it clearly, but he could not dodge it. His body was like embroidered, unable to move. Only his soul was awake. He could only watch as the person raised the gun and swung it at his head. With a muffled sound, the powerful assassin was knocked to the ground. Press V. You can fight in close combat. In just a few minutes, the assassin had gone through an earth-shattering change. His worldview had been shattered twice. He was like Loki, who was caught by the Hulk before he could finish acting cool. He was lying in the ruins, doubting his life. His forehead was bleeding and his head was buzzing. He was lying on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, as if everything was a dream. Sun Lang stretched out his foot and stepped on his hand. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and the pain was bone deep. Just as he was doubting life, the sudden pain made him scream. The scream traveled far. Sun Lang had already finished reloading. He raised the gun and fired into the sky. After a few bangs, he stepped on the assassin's mouth. In other words, after a few gunshots, the scream stopped. A few seconds later, Sun Lang nodded. "Okay, you're dead." The assassin blinked. He looked at the man in front of him and recalled the scene of him being shot. Even if his brain was not working properly, he should have thought of something. The assassin could not help but howl. He shouted, "His martial arts are also very good. His martial arts are also very good. Do you hear me? Hurry and run." Sun Lang looked at him with a smile. "I think they should have run away a long time ago. But if you like, you can shout a few more times." The assassin's face was filled with determination. His face quickly turned red, and the true qi in his body surged wildly. However, Sun Lang raised his foot and tapped the assassin's chest. The true qi that was about to attack the heart meridian immediately dissipated. The assassin's face became more and more pale. First, it was because of the burden caused by the true qi surging. Second, it was because of fear. Just now, he had dispelled all his fantasies. The other party was indeed a great grandmaster with outstanding martial arts. He was shocked and regretful. He regretted that because of his arrogance and impulsiveness, he might have caused endless trouble for His Highness. He heard the other party sigh. "At first, when you discovered that I was chasing you, you actually turned around to provoke me. I was very curious. Don't you know me? Don't you know what you're doing? At that time, I thought there must be a conspiracy here. You must be planning something. So I didn't use my sword energy to kill you. Instead, I shot you. I wanted to find out your background. Then I found that you really didn't King recognize me. Then I looked at you with pity. I thought you might be a death warrior or an abandoned pawn, a sacrifice or a tool. But later, your behavior made me suddenly realize that you didn't seem to be a death warrior. Because you didn't even have a quick way to commit suicide. Your actions seemed to be self-determined. Now you have an expression of regret and hatred. You look more like a guest." Sun Lang rubbed his chin and looked at the assassin who was lying on the ground and panting. His face revealed a pitiful expression. He said in a gentle tone, "Combined with your previous behavior and expression, I'm more inclined to think that you're an idiot. Not only that, the person who sent you seems to be an idiot as well." When he heard the last sentence, when he heard Sun Lang call His Highness an idiot, the assassin who wanted to die suddenly opened his eyes wide. He said sternly, "Shut up. That's strange. My opponent is obviously sly and cunning. Why would he be like an idiot and send an idiot to his death? I know that you're probably here to sow discord, but why is the plan this time so crude? It's really below standard. What's going on? Is this a trap?" Sun Lang couldn't stop talking. He muttered in annoyance, Is this another conspiracy, or did some idiot act on his own? If he acted on his own, then wouldn't he be a pig-headed teammate? What kind of idiot father could raise such an idiot son?" The assassin's pupils shrank in an instant. An expression of shock and anger appeared on his face. He subconsciously shouted, "Impudent! From silence to impudent." Sun Lang looked at him with a playful expression. Chapter 804. When he scolded his master, he shouted, "How dare you!" When he scolded his master's father, he shouted, "How dare you!" And he was even angrier. He even bit down on the hook. His tone was sincere. His expression was agitated, and his heartbeat and blood flow showed that his anger was consistent on the surface. It didn't seem like he was faking it. Sun Lang thought that there must be something fishy going on. It went too smoothly. He easily broke the assassin's assassination, easily caught the assassin, and easily got the information out of him. It was obvious that there was a prince behind this assassin. Moreover, he was a retarded prince. Many names flashed through Sun Lang's mind. The emperor was the biggest enemy in the world. He had a harem of 3,000 beauties, and he had so many children that it was enough to make a sow shed tears of shame. He had many sons. Those princes born in the royal family were born with a shining halo. They received the best education and participated in the cruelest competition. Especially in the Great War of Tianyuan, as the world's role model, most of them went to the battlefield. There were many who died, but there were many who survived. It was the survival of the fittest. Their parents had excellent genes to begin with, so their aptitudes wouldn't be too bad. Those who could survive the cruel battlefield were the cream of the crop. But, speaking of which, there were actually quite a lot of idiots. There were idiots who respected the wise and were good at enduring. There were idiots who were upright and kind, gentle and magnanimous. There were also idiots who had a malicious temperament and were strong enough to carry a cauldron. There were also idiots who burned bridges after crossing the river and didn't care about old relationship. There were many. Sun Lang glanced at the struggling assassin lying on the ground and sneered inwardly. However, it was rare to see a prince as mentally retarded as this. How could this be? Sun Lang was paranoid. This was the so-called once bitten, twice shy. 2 years ago, he had suffered an unimaginable loss, which had almost smashed the life that he had painstakingly reconstructed into smithereens. He had walked out of the pain, struggled out of the sea of blood, and ushered in a second tear in his fate. It only took one unforgettable betrayal for a person's soul to usher in an earth-shattering transformation. Such a transformation was enough to turn the legendary hero of light into a scheming, cold-blooded, and ruthless avenger. The entire world had lost his trust. This was because he was an outsider, someone from another world. In essence, he could even be classified as an extraterrestrial sky demon. He was an alien. He had once decided to forget all of this. He had once decided to integrate into this world. However, someone had used blood and betrayal to remind him of this bloody fact. Thus, he had no intention of forgetting it anymore. He looked at this damned world with the cold eyes of an outsider and was suspicious of everything and everyone. There were very few people who could win his complete trust. He was even prepared to be betrayed again. No matter who betrayed him, he would not be surprised. If he was like this to his friends and former comrades, there was no need to mention how he treated his enemies. He was paranoid and patient. For a promise, he could wait for 3 years. Even if he was filled with rage and killing intent every night, even if he had the ability to achieve complete victory, he still waited. He was not in a hurry at all. Even if the person in front of him was a complete idiot, even if the person who sent him was most likely a retard, he would not let his guard down. He believed that everything that happened in the world had a reason. Just like in front of him, just like right now. He had threatened the imperial court, challenged the imperial power, and had a huge secret that could shake the foundation of the country. He had the terrifying power that could single-handedly defeat an entire country. His enemy was the most powerful person in this country and even in the entire world. However, even so, he was still the one who had the upper hand and the initiative. His enemy did not even dare to use force. Even when playing tricks, they had to be careful, lest they touched a bottom line that should not be touched. He believed that so far, most of the fights were just turbulence hidden under the undercurrent. However, the level of danger was no less than any of the difficult periods of the Tianyuan War. Under such circumstances, the person who was sent to Jinling to fight with him was actually a retard who did not care about his own safety. This was extremely rebellious and abnormal in the first place. Sun Lang looked at the assassin at his feet and narrowed his eyes. Did he give up? Abandoned? Had he given up on treatment? No. That woman's figure flashed across his mind. The outline of the imperial capital flashed across his mind. Within the imperial capital, above the ninth heaven, that person sat on the throne. His eyes were majestic and cold. The emperor who worked hard to govern the country, the wise ruler who defeated the sky demon. Such an achievement was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Such an emperor's name was enough to be remembered for eternity. However, Sun Lang knew that he was just the most selfish and narrow-minded man in history. All emperors were like this. Such a person would never give up. He would not even have any negative or impulsive emotions because he was the emperor. He had won the Tianyuan War that had lasted for decades. He was destined to shine for eternity. He would never allow himself to lose at the last moment. He would never allow an accident to happen. Moreover, he wanted to live forever. For all the above reasons, an emperor would never lose his mind or give up on himself. Retards also had their uses, and they were very useful. He must have sent a retard here for a purpose. He would never do anything without an aim. Sun Lang looked at the assassin at his feet and thought silently. The Shi family's backer was the empress. Then the Wang family's backer was this person's master, a retarded prince. But Madame Ma was obviously on the same side as the Wang family. Wang Zishan and Wang Qi both had a special mission. They had planned to sow discord between them step by step. Even he felt that it was troublesome and amazing. But this retarded prince was clearly retarded. The level of his actions this time was like heaven and earth compared to before. It was not the same person at all. Did he have a strategist? So, this time he acted on his own? It was very possible, but it could also be a trap. If there really was a strategist assisting this retarded prince, then with this person's intelligence, it was impossible for him not to understand his master's personality. He would definitely take precautions in this area. Was it a trap? No, wait a minute. Sun Lang thought of what Madame Ma said before she died. He thought of the message that Wang Zishan and Wang Qi passed on. The plan to sow discord between them pointed to his true identity. This was almost the biggest secret that could shake the empire. This secret was even related to the secrets of the Great Barren Mountain. The emperor would definitely not dare to announce it. A strategist actually knew about this and could use this to make a plan. There were not many civil and military officials in the imperial court who had this ability. There were even fewer people who were willing to get involved in this mess and go against him. And the emperor trusted him. There were almost no such people. Then there was only one last possibility. Sun Lang's eyes gradually became cold. You guys, what do you want to do this time? Sun Lang's mouth curved into a smile. He kicked the failed assassin who was lying on the ground and roaring with regret. Although this person's brain was a bit off, he seemed to be very loyal. He was the kind of follower who would die for his friend. Hey, what's your name? That person paused for a moment, then said in an unyielding manner, Don't think you can get anything useful from me. I would rather die than say half a word. If you're a good man, then give me a quick death. No, I'm not a good man. I'm too lazy to torture you. I'm a pacifist. I prefer to be reasonable. Sun Lang smiled. You might not believe it, but my martial arts are the best in the world. That person paused for a moment, then immediately felt that it was absurd and laughable. He thought, the empire is so big, there are so many martial artists and there are so many capable people. Not to mention the heroes of Tianyuan in the imperial court, there are so many hidden masters in the great sects and famous mountains and seas. You're just someone who uses a spear. Maybe your martial arts are strong, but you dare to call yourself the best in the world? You're too arrogant. But when he saw the look in Sun Lang's eyes, his body trembled. There wasn't the slightest arrogance on the other party's face. His eyes were calm, and his tone was indifferent. It was as if he was talking about an ordinary fact, as if the sun rose from the east. I'm not trying to act cool, and I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just telling you that I'm very powerful. I might be more powerful than all the powerful people you've seen combined. No one can stop me from killing anyone I want. Sun Lang squatted down and patted the other party's face. Why did your master send you here? I thought that you were here for Jia Su, but it seems like you're here for me. For some reason, your master seems to have misunderstood my fighting strength. He's here to test me, right? The test was very successful. You paid the price with your life to deliver an important piece of news. That is, my martial arts have yet to recover, and I'm only relying on powerful firearms. From the fact that he couldn't wait to send you here to test me, it's very likely that your master will believe this easily. After all, he seems to have a prejudice against me. So after the test, he probably won't be able to hold himself back and make a move. Because he's a prince, and he sent someone to test me and look down on me. He's probably a weakling who used to be shrouded in my shadow. He thinks that I've deceived the world, so he's here to take advantage of me without a weapon. That's why he'll come. He'll definitely come. He plans to use me as a stepping stone to climb up the rank. First, he'll defeat me to vent his anger. Then, he'll take the opportunity to flatter his father. He'll definitely do that. Sun Lang's tone was gentle. When he comes, I'll beat him to death. Perhaps I'll beat him to death right in front of you. I'll beat him until he vomits blood, until he begs for mercy, until he's beaten to a pulp. You'll have to watch from the side. Watch with regret. Watch with regret. He'll definitely hate you, because you passed on false information and misjudged my combat ability. He ended up in this situation. I'm very happy that this happened. I like to watch you die with gusto. I'll make you the scapegoat. I'll make them believe that you betrayed your master and became a traitor. Your companions will know, your superiors will know, and your emperor will know. You should have a family, right? It doesn't matter if you don't. The man's lips trembled, and the fear in his eyes deepened. He wasn't afraid of death. A gentleman would die for his friends. But if he died in such a way, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if he went to hell. As if to hide his fear, he said in a trembling voice, "That's His Highness. You dared to hurt His Majesty's son. This is a great crime that can lead to the extermination of your entire family." Sure enough, he's a prince. That's right. Sun Lang touched his head and said gently, "My name is Jiaing. Jiaing as in Jiaing, and Ing as in Jiaing." After digesting this sentence, unstoppable shock and despair appeared in his fearful eyes. Now, do you think I care about this? Chapter 805. When Sun Lang returned with the unconscious assassin, the bamboo forest had been surrounded by Ning Guofu's private soldiers. After all, there was a lot of noise just now, especially the shooting, which alarmed many people. He was good at martial arts, so he quietly entered with the assassin. Jia Sherdao fed his father medicine and was healing him. Seeing Sun Lang return, his face lit up. Sun Lang threw the assassin aside and pressed on Jia Su's shoulder. A thick and solid internal force was injected into Jia Su's body and naturally merged with Duke Ning's genuine qi, nourishing his vitality. In a moment, the depression dissipated and the blockage was reconnected. Jia Su's internal injury was not serious, and now with Sun Lang's help, his internal breath was running smoothly. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes and glanced at Sun Lang. He said in a complicated tone, "You have lost your holy sword. How can you still have this power?" Sun Lang smiled faintly. "After such a big loss, I have to get something back. It's barely worth it." That day in the battle of the Great Barren Mountain, he was caught off guard and suffered the backlash of the ancestor demon weapon. Then there was the extremely dangerous soul battle. The two divine minds fought desperately. At the moment of the soul battle, they touched the deepest part of each other's mind and learned many secrets in each other's memories. Therefore, in the thousands of years when the ancestor the devil was the sword of the first sky demon, its knowledge, memories, battle experience, the art of war it was influenced by, and even the secrets of the extraterritorial sky demon, from the control authority of the base to the control method of the portal, from the instructions of the unmanned weapons to the secrets of cultivation and refining methods, were all seen by Sun Lang. Of course, the progenitor demon's pawn did not lose out either. He witnessed with his own eyes a youth in his 20s with memories of another planet that were gradually becoming blurry from 6 or 7 years ago, as well as his early life that he had almost forgotten, and learned a lot of very nerdy and very dirty knowledge along the way. If he peeped carefully, he might be able to find the simple ratio of 1 sulfur, 2 nitrate, and 3 charcoal for gunpowder. He might even be able to think of the chemical equation for burning glass, many ancient poems that could be used to show off, and the formula for the conversion of mass and energy that represented the infinite power of destruction. Wow, especially the last one, it was a big gain. However, with so much knowledge stuffed into his head in such a short period of time, in the extremely dangerous environment of the great desolate mountain, and in that moment of extreme despair and fury, even Sun Lang could not immediately digest such a huge amount of knowledge. Other than the combat experience and techniques that had been forcefully confirmed and absorbed by the endless slaughter and violent battles, the rest of the knowledge was dormant in the depths of his heart, waiting for him to slowly flip through and absorb it, and finally become something that belonged to him. The process would be very long. The main reason was that Sun Lang did not feel the need to learn that kind of thing. Just like what Jia Su had asked, the method to preserve the power of the sacred swords was indeed not difficult. Imperial armaments were not as complicated as people imagine them to be. The power of imperial armaments was also not that mysterious and unfathomable. Jia Su did not ask more. He looked at the unconscious assassin on the ground and asked coldly, "Who is it?" Jia Su and his son both knew that with Sun Lang's martial arts, he could drag the opponent back with a finger. But Sun Lang had just gone out to chase after the assassin, and since it was impossible for him to miss, he must have interrogated and probed in advance. So Jia Su asked directly. Sun Lang looked at his uncle without batting an eyelid. "It should be one of the princes who sent him to assassinate you, probably to show off to me." Jia Su thought of Sun Lang's words and repeated with a cold smile, "He came at the wrong time." Sun Lang nodded and said, "Eldest uncle can tell as well. That prince is a retard." Jia Su said faintly, "Looking at the Wang family's actions, it doesn't seem like the work of a retarded person." Sun Lang said, "Indeed, they should have a very powerful think tank with a very mysterious identity. Even a hanger-on like him doesn't know about it. This is very strange." Jia Su's chest still hurt a little, and his heart was naturally filled with anger. Ever since he became suspicious of Sun Lang's identity, his mentality had changed. Originally, even if he was attacked by an assassin, he definitely wouldn't say anything, because this was one of the enemy's methods. Since he was going to fight alongside his nephew, then this was a risk that he had to bear. He just had to get back his debt with interest. After all, that was his own nephew. But now it was different. He was not. "So, I've been implicated." Just as Jia Su had this feeling of anger, it was casually chased out of his mind. Now that everything was unclear, he could not be affected by meaningless thoughts. He looked at the assassin on the ground and said coldly, "How do you want to deal with him?" Sun Lang said faintly, "Since you're here, don't leave. Let's kill one of his sons to liven things up." This audacious person. Jia Su's heart skipped a beat as he thought of an idea. Then, he put it aside and tried to calm himself down. He said slowly, "Have you interrogated this fellow?" Sun Lang nodded his head straightforwardly. He is not a death warrior, but a retainer or something. He is not a tool, but he has a spiritual need to be loyal. Today he made a big mistake. This mistake is enough to push his master into a dead end. For him, this is more painful than being cut by a knife. So I took the opportunity to scare him, to let him know my identity, to let him know that I can kill his master, and to let him know that I am a lawless madman. Jia Su looked at him calmly. Sun Lang's heart skipped a beat. He knew what Jia Su was thinking, but he did not say anything. Jia Su's heart also beat faster. He said calmly, "Then, what did this fellow say?" "I only asked him about the mastermind. He doesn't know anything," Sun Lang answered. "Although he doesn't have the strange power to commit suicide like Madame Ma and Wang Zishan, and seems to be sent by the prince, I'm still worried that everything is under the mastermind's control. I'm worried that there's a shadow behind all this. So I didn't ask much. Because what he says might not be the truth. It might be a smoke bomb or a trap. Even if he's telling the truth, because that's just what he thinks is the truth." Jia Su looked at Sun Lang. The person in front of him was extremely calm, so calm that every step he took was precise and accurate, and he did not make any mistake. Even if the important information was at his fingertips, as long as he interrogated, he would be able to find out the prince's identity. He might even be able to follow the clues to find the enemy's base. However, he still chose to give up because he believed that there might be a hidden trap, so he didn't do it. Calm, suspicious. If he was really jiaing, that would be great. Sun Lang seemed to have understood part of Jia Su's gaze. He shook his head and said, "Maybe we can interrogate the other party to find out his identity, but if we want to follow the vine to the melon to find the nest, that's impossible. Not to mention that this fellow will never betray the Lord. Even if we can really get the information, that prince would have already escaped," Jia Su asked. "Then, what are you going to do?" Sun Lang glanced at the assassin on the ground. "I don't believe the answer that comes out of his mouth. My opponent is the brains of that team. He must be a very interesting fellow. Since I don't believe his answer, I'll have to find the answer myself. I believe the answer that I see." Pointing at the assassin, Sun Lang said to Jia Sherdao, "Take him to the Jinling government office later and add some pressure to Magistrate Jia." Jia Su seemed to understand Sun Lang's plan. He sneered. "Don't scare Jia Yutsuan into abandoning his position and running away." Sun Lang said calmly, "Isn't that better? If the master of Jinling abandons his position and runs away, Sherdao's gold medal will come out. First, he will be accused of corruption and abusing his power for personal gain. Then, he will be said to have a guilty conscience and run the Jinling government as an imperial envoy. If the master runs away because of a guilty conscience, the other officials will definitely be involved. We just need to scare them a little and make them tremble and cry out that they were wronged. At this time, Sherdao will pacify them and let them work hard to prove their innocence. They will definitely be loyal to the imperial envoy and be willing to die for him. After all, Jia Yutsuan is a transferred official, and they are all locals. Their whole families are here. Where would they dare to go? Speaking of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He muttered, "Hey, if this is the case, our control over the Jinling government seems to be stronger, and it will be more convenient for us to do things. Should we secretly kill Jia Yutsuan?" Jia Su's face had already darkened. This guy was really lawless. Since this guy was an impostor, the Jia family was determined not to go down the same path as this guy. At least, they could not be like before and not leave any leeway for the imperial court. Jia Su was not in a position to speak, so he pinned his hopes on Jia Sherdao. His son was an upright and almost pedantic little idiot. If he heard Sun Lang's idea of killing an official, he would definitely protest and stop it. Jia Sherdao thought about it and shook his head. "Brother, this plan is not appropriate. After all, we've shown the imperial edict to Jia Yutsuan, and he'll understand what we mean. He'll take the blame for us, and we can use him to deal with the enemy. If we kill him directly, the enemy will definitely have a backup plan. Let's not talk about other things, but if they claim that Jia Yutsuan abandoned his position and ran away, this news will definitely spread. As long as the enemy works a little, they can report it to the Summer State Prefecture and even the Imperial Court. Sun Lang thought for a while and said, "That makes sense. Then let's keep Jia Yutsuan alive first. We will send this assassin to the prison and prepare a big surprise." Jia Sherdao smiled and nodded. "Okay." Jia Su looked at his son and then at Sun Lang. Although his son had successfully stopped Sun Lang's crazy idea, he still felt that something was wrong. Chapter 806. What? Swordsman Mu failed? King Zhongshuan stared at the old servant in front of him in shock. His eyes were filled with something profound. Fear, shock, madness, anger. Even though he had considered the possibility of failure, when it came to it, he couldn't help but tremble. How did he fail? Was he captured alive or dead? How many moves did Jia Ying use to win? Did he notice anything? Did he leave any clues for me? Many thoughts flashed through the young prince's mind. He realized that he was still afraid after all. It was fear that stemmed from wariness. Although he spoke with disdain and contempt, deep down, he still regarded that man as a formidable opponent. If he hadn't been injured, if his martial arts were still strong, if he had captured that idiot Mu alive, if he had noticed his presence, if he had taken advantage of the opportunity to set up a vicious trap, if he had come knocking on his door in that instant, the young prince even regretted his decision. He regretted not listening to his teacher and risking his life to provoke that Jia Ying. He even wanted to run to his teacher and ask for an explanation. But at this moment, Mr. should be outside. King Zhongshuan forced himself to calm down. Calm down, calm down. Things have come to this point. I can only take things one step at a time. First, I have to figure out. He tried to put on a sorrowful expression and said sadly, "So, Swordsman Mu has been killed?" The old servant in front of him had white hair. His cheeks were like dried orange peel, drooping down. His eyes were squinted as if he couldn't wake up. He bowed his head and said, "Yes, according to the reports of several people who met Master Mu outside, they heard Master Mu's warning, heard the gunshots, and also heard Master Mu's scream. Because they were warned beforehand, they didn't rush in to save him, lest they expose themselves." King Zhongshuan muttered, "No. I have to meet them and ask them myself." "Your Highness, please don't do this. This is a rule that ensures your safety. The son of a noble family should not sit under the awning. The less contact you have with the outside world, the less danger there is." Although the old servant was pleading, the firmness in his voice was unquestionable. "I was the one who gave the order on your behalf. After they reported it, I asked them about it in detail, so it's the same for you to ask me." King Zhongshuan looked at the old servant before him. Ever since he was born, this old man had been by his side. His mother had sent him to protect his family. This old man had been learning one thing since he was born, and that was to protect. His life's mission was to protect. Other than protecting, there was nothing else he could do. The old servant would not question his decisions, nor would he interfere with his actions. Even if he were to bully others or commit murder or arson, this old servant would not interfere, unless there was a hidden danger. Just like now. He had no choice but to give in, because he knew that the other party wouldn't back down even half a step. The young prince recalled the words the old servant had said. Warning? Gunshots? The old man was like a piece of wood that was about to decay. He stood there as if he was dead. Even his breathing was almost undetectable. However, his voice was clear and precise, so no one had to ask a second time. He replied, Yes, Swordsman Mu first shouted, "The enemy's firearms are powerful," in a frightened tone, and then let out a heroic roar, as if he wanted to fight the enemy for the last time. But then he let out a scream, and then there was the sound of gunshots. He should have been shot dead. The young prince appeared to be in deep thought, before his eyes slowly brightened. He asked, "Elder Fu, what do you think of firearms?" The old servant replied calmly, "It's extremely powerful when used well, and can grant mortals or even ordinary martial artists unexpected lethality and killing efficiency. Nobles can use it for self-defense, hunting, or collection, while criminals can use it for sneak attacks, backups, and life-risking attacks. However, in the eyes of skilled martial artists, it has huge loopholes and limited power. Its killing method is extremely rigid, and can be easily dodged or blocked." He thought for a moment before adding an example. According to military records, 4 years ago, the 6 armies once sparred with Li Hua's military observation group. Li Hua's chosen Saint Qiu Shengwang, a flame guardian, brought out a new weapon that the Order of Flames had modified. It was called the Flaming Storm, and with 6 rotating barrels, dozens of bullets could be shot out with a snap of his fingers. It was like a waterfall, a torrent, an endless torrent, and a swarm of locusts. Marshal Jia, on the other hand, wielded a standard iron sword. With a flick of his sword, he sealed the ground like mercury. Until the enemy ran out of bullets, there wasn't a single crack on the iron sword, and the bullets were scattered all over the ground, forming mysterious runes. No one could understand them, and only guessed that they were vulgar curses. It's clear that his martial arts had reached such a high level that even powerful firearms couldn't hurt him. King Zhongshuan felt very uncomfortable hearing this example. He snorted coldly and asked, "Elder Fu, let me ask you again. With Hero Mu's martial arts, can he deal with firearms?" The old servant replied, "Firearms can be divided into different sizes. If it was a normal firearm used by a single person, Hero Mu would naturally be able to deal with it. He's skilled in lightness kung fu, and his dagger is nimble and flexible. He's also trained in hidden weapons, so he could easily dodge or block firearms. But if it was a flaming storm or a powerful heavy artillery rocket, there's no way he could dodge them." The young prince asked coldly, "Then how did he fall into Jia Ying's hands?" The old servant said, "I can't answer without seeing it with my own eyes." Swordsman Mu mentioned that firearms are powerful, which means that he was knocked down by them. But with his martial arts skills, unless it's a large firearm, he can't be hurt. Also, the people outside only heard a few gunshots. King Zhongshuan asked, "So, how did he lose?" He couldn't answer. The young prince didn't expect him to answer either. Because this old thing wasn't smart. He'd spent his life learning and figuring out how to protect people. He didn't need to be smart, so he didn't know. "But I do know," he asked again. "Let me ask you again. The Lihua nation is famous for its firearms. Since it's on par with our Hudu nation, it's natural that it has something special. Does your nation also have powerful divine weapons?" The old servant nodded. "Of course." "Very good." King Zhongshuan continued, "With Elder Fu's status, do you know how to use firearms?" "No need." "How's your martial arts compared to Jia Ying's at his peak?" "I'm ashamed of my inferiority. If you don't even bother to use firearms, why would he use them against the enemy? Given his martial arts and pride as a former sacred swordsman, why would he use such a technique? And why would he use firearms to take down that Mu guy?" King Zhongshuan revealed a deep smile. "Then there's only one explanation. That Mu fellow was right. The enemy's firearm is formidable, truly formidable. It must be a powerful divine artifact from the parting flame. Only then would someone like Jia Ying be interested in it. As for why he would cast aside his pride and demeanor as a sword saint and resort to such underhanded means, there's only one reason." King Zhongshuan nodded. Hold it in, I can't laugh, I can't laugh. it's just as I expected. He lost his divine sword and killed his way out of the great barren mountains. It's only been 2 years. He's been hiding in the shadows, scheming in the dark, not daring to show himself openly. He's just like a rat hiding in a dark corner. Given his personality and style in the past, how could he be so sneaky? It was obvious. The answer was obvious. That's right, that's right. A dragon among men, the so-called #1 general of Tianyuan. He's seriously injured. That's right, that was in the Great Barren Mountains. It's already hard enough for him to survive, so how could he be unscathed? That's why he can only play tricks in the dark. He's hiding his weakness. That's right, the bigger the commotion he causes, the more people think he has the upper hand. In the end, it's all just a bluff. But this time, he had no choice but to come. Because I made a move against Rongwa Manor, because I wanted to lure him out. Ha, Imperial Father didn't think it through, and that stupid sister of mine couldn't let go of their old relationship. His family was clearly here, so why didn't she make good use of it? How could she not think of such a simple thing? Soft-hearted. It must be because of their old relationship. If you want to be an emperor, you have to be cold, emotionless, and unrestrained. You can't understand this, but you still dare to covet the throne? King Zhongshuan's body trembled slightly. He did his best to control his emotions, suppressing his growing excitement and viciousness. His mind spun quickly, and he thought of many things. When he heard that Mu had failed, he was afraid that Jia Ying would find him. But now that he realized that the other party was just bluffing, he became even more excited and angry. He felt that his previous thoughts were humiliating, and he wanted to use the blood of his enemies to wash away this humiliation. Opportunity only belongs to those who are prepared and decisive. A great opportunity flashes by, and if I seize it, I'll win, and I'll be able to trample all of you under my feet. He looked at the old servant in front of him and said, "He must be very weak." The old servant calmly said, "Do you need this old servant to test him again?" The young prince sneered and said, "No need. He's also very cunning. We can't alarm him. We have to catch him off guard." The old servant said, "But that's very dangerous. Our opponent is him." "So what? He doesn't have the sacred sword anymore, and he's also injured. Even if his injuries aren't serious, even if he still has a little bit of strength left, can he fight against the joint attack of several first-class warriors of the Imperial Army?" King Zhongshuan suppressed his excitement. He knew that he had to convince the old servant in front of him. "But don't worry, I won't take the risk. After all, we still don't know the details of that divine weapon. I'll write a letter to ask for reinforcements. The family generals of the King Zhongshuan's residence, as well as the imperial father-in-law's side, so much so that..." He turned and walked towards the study. Excitement took over his mind. There was something strange that affected his thoughts, making him excited, making him extreme, making him impulsive, making him ignore some subtle details. Perhaps it was some kind of extreme emotion, or perhaps it was something else entirely. The young prince quickly walked to the study. Even under such circumstances, he still maintained the most basic level of calmness. "I can't make a move now, I have to make some preparations. A powerful firearm, if Jia Ying is interested in a powerful firearm, then it's probably a powerful firearm. Furthermore, I can't be sure how much power he has left. I have to find a helper that I can trust, and that is not a threat." He added water and ground the ink. His movements were quick and unhurried, elegant and efficient. He was a member of the imperial family. He had always received the best education and learned the best skills. Spreading out the gilded paper, King Zhongshuan waved the wolf-toothed brush. The cold smile and ruthlessness at the corner of his mouth grew thicker and thicker. "Right now, I have the most suitable helper. Firm stance, no friendship with Jia Ying, unwavering determination, Best if he's a member of the imperial family. And no threat to me, no chance of competing for the throne. He's also not close to the other brothers. His martial arts must be strong enough to carry a cauldron. With great strength, he can surpass the imperial family and break through enemy lines. Interested in Jia-ing? Humph, if there's a chance to defeat Jia-ing right now, there won't be many members of the imperial family who won't be tempted. Of course, that includes you. Imperial brother Yuanba. Right now, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This person has been riding on our heads for years. No matter what we do, we can't compare to him. No matter what we do, we can't avoid him. He's like a dark cloud, pressing down on all of our heads. Now that I'm giving you this opportunity, Imperial brother Yuanba, you'll definitely thank me. Defeating Jia-ing will solve Imperial Father's greatest problem. Us two brothers will naturally receive the shock of the court and Imperial Father's praise. It's a pity that you don't have the bearing of a ruler, but I can catch Imperial Father's eye. But don't be discouraged. I can make you a Grand General, a martial ruler. From now on, you can properly assist me, okay? King Zhongshuan let out an excited laugh. He really couldn't wait. Chapter 807. In the death row prison of the Jinling government office, a new guest was welcomed. Magistrate Jia Yu's heart twitched for the third time. Once at Rongwa Manor, once at the Imperial Envoy's door, and now again. The death row prison of the Jinling government office was no small matter. Although the hardware was not up to standard in terms of strength and intensity, it was comparable to the prison in the capital. No matter if you were a murderer, a kidnapper, a robber, or a swindler, you would all be sent to the prison in the west of the city to make room for the new master. Now, in this large prison of the government office, there were more than a dozen cells, and there were only 3 masters living there. Now there was a fourth, Mr. Wang Qi, who came from the Wang family and was suspected of framing a loyal and virtuous family. He used to be a famous scholar in Jinling. Now that he was middle-aged, his reputation for being dissolute had dissipated. His cultivation skills were improving day by day, and he was a famous scholar in Xiazhou. In the awkward situation of the Wang family not having enough descendants, he was already a leading figure of the older generation. But now he was tied up in prison, looking battered and exhausted. As one of the 4 great families, the Wang family didn't even dare to fart. There were also the famous Shi brothers, Shi Tailong and Shi Wengong. The Shi family's Flying Bear and the Shi family's Falcon. They were young people who were in the limelight in Jinling and had boundless prospects. The 2 brothers had retired from the Tianyuan military. After returning home, they diligently studied and trained hard, preparing to participate in next year's military examination. They wanted to succeed in one fell swoop, be bestowed with the title of Golden Palace, and become the pillars of the country that flew straight to the clouds. But now the 2 of them had a frightened appearance, completely different from the high-spirited appearance they had when they were running amok in Jinling. They were like frosted eggplants, dazed and dispirited, as if they had seen a ghost. On one side was a famous scholar of the Wang family, on the other side were the twins of the Shi family. The origins of the 4 great families were already very troublesome, and besides, things were not so simple. Magistrate Jia complained incessantly and repeatedly ordered the officials and soldiers of the torture chamber to guard with all their might. If anything happened to the people inside, he would first kill them with one palm, and then hang himself. Seeing the prefectural magistrate's resolute and fierce expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Naturally, the Yamen officials roused their spirit. Furthermore, the imperial envoy was here with the emperor's orders. Everyone had to put in some effort to perform. After Magistrate Jia sent the imperial envoy away, he personally inspected the security work of the prison. After he was done, he hid in the Yamen and meditated. He was waiting for someone. Just as the imperial envoy had said, He also felt that now that things had developed to this point, the people of the Prince of Zhongshuan's manor should have contacted him, but he didn't really want to see them because with the imperial envoy here, Jinling had already become a big fire pit. But some people can't be ignored just because you don't want to. Magistrate Jia had already made up his mind. It was time for him to make a decision after this meeting. He wanted to see how the people from Prince Zhongshuan's mansion were going to persuade him, and what else they had to say. After that, he would have to make a decision. But just as he was thinking, the situation developed in a strange way. Prince Zhongshuan's men had not arrived yet, but the imperial envoy had returned. Not only that, he had also brought another criminal with him. At the entrance of the death row prison, the assassin had already been taken in by the jailers and then retreated. The people around him were dismissed, leaving only the imperial envoy and the magistrate. Jia Yutsuan looked at the entrance of the death row prison, the corners of his eyes twitching. Although he didn't know the assassin, he sensed the presence of trouble. He said in a trembling voice, "Sir, who is this?" "An assassin," Jia Sherdao said concisely. "He tried to assassinate my father and was caught." Jia Yutsuan sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at the imperial envoy's expression. It was very calm, but under the calm, there was a surging anger. Yes, the previous incident at Ronggua's manor had already made this young imperial envoy furious, and this time, the one who had been hurt was his own father. This was something that no son could tolerate. The magistrate thought of a very bad thing. He asked in a trembling voice, "I wonder who he is," he confessed. Jia Sherdao gave a smile that didn't have a smile. His exposed teeth were like that of a tiger or a wolf, as if he wanted to devour someone. "He's from the prince's mansion. This is a demonstration." Jia Yutsuan's body shook violently. He took a step back and his face lost all color. He said blankly, "No, this is impossible." "What is impossible?" "This is a demonstration. This is a threat. This is telling me to mind my own business," Jia Sherdao said lightly. "They did something wrong. The imperial edict is here, and the imperial order is the imperial order." Jia Yutsuan's heart was in a mess. For a moment, he couldn't say a word. Jia Sherdao ordered, "Put him in the death row." These words were like a thunderbolt, and it made the poor imperial envoy tremble violently. The famous scholar of the Wang family, the twins of the Shi family, and now an assassin from the prince's mansion of Zhongshuan. They were all in the death row. God knows what would happen. The magistrate's voice carried a sobbing tone. God had pity on him. He was just a small magistrate. He just wanted to do a favor for a prince. He just wanted to happily plunder the land for a few more years, and then happily beg for bones to go home and retire. How the hell did he get involved in this kind of thing? Magistrate Jia suddenly shivered. He pulled on the imperial envoy's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Sir, please investigate. This is very strange. Prince Zhongshuan has no reason to do this kind of thing." "Oh, it was Prince Zhongshuan?" Jia Sherdao looked at him without batting an eyelid, but his mind was quickly recalling the matter of Prince Zhongshuan. After the war, the affairs of the empire had been transferred from the outside to the inside. Without the war, all kinds of internal conflicts came to the surface one after another. The only thing that could no longer be suppressed was the growing clamor for the appointment of a crown prince. And the princes who stood out in the Great War of Tianyuan and gained initial merits and reputation had also entered the eyes of people from all sides. And Prince Zhongshuan was barely on the list. Yes, a bit barely. In terms of martial arts and courage, he was not the best. In terms of generosity, he was also not the best. In terms of intelligence and means, he was also not the best. In terms of military merits and achievements, there was no need to mention Empress Tensei, who was far ahead. But this was also an advantage. It was that he seemed to have a little bit of everything. His martial arts were relatively good, he was more polite to the wise, he was a bit clever, and his military merits were passable. When a person had a little bit of all kinds of advantages, even if they were not the best, they could be considered to have some ability. And according to the history books, although the crown prince was appointed by the emperor when the throne changed, the opinions of the ministers were sometimes very important. The difference was that the emperor would choose the most outstanding and most desirable descendant to inherit the throne, but the ministers would sometimes consider the problem from another angle. F*ck your mother, do you think we would choose a prince with deep scheming, superb means, a cruel temperament, and the son of an ambitious and ruthless person to be our future boss? *T. The crown prince must be generous, must be filial, must know the rules, must be timid, must be nostalgic, must feel ancestral, sect of law, no, can, change. That was probably it. The struggle between the power of the emperor and the power of the ministers was the main theme of centralization for thousands of years. So King Zhongshuan was not the best in everything, but he had a little bit of every good point. Sometimes, he was more in line with the wishes of some ministers, especially the little bit of cleverness, which they liked very much. And the most praiseworthy thing about this prince was loyalty. Loyalty and filial piety, in this day and age, in this country, these were the duties of being a person, the foundation of everything, the foundation of everything, the foundation of everything. Moreover, his mother was very favored, and his grandfather's family was very rich, which also increased his competitiveness. Looking at the history books, it was not that there were no precedents of princes like him successfully reaching the top, but that was the end of it. With a little pity, Jia Sherdao made a conclusion about King Zhongshuan's future in his heart. He would be beaten to death in Jinling. But this was not something he should be thinking about now. Jia Sherdao glanced at Jia Yutsuan, whose eyes were full of panic, his lips trembling slightly, and his eyes constantly changing. It seemed that he had said it unintentionally in his panic. He also did not hear his brother's reminder. He shouldn't be lying on purpose to test me, since he had said it unintentionally, it was most likely true. The exposure of the other party's identity could explain a lot of things, and also solve a lot of mysteries. But this was something his brother needed to think about further. Now, he just needed to do what his brother had arranged. No reason. He sneered and asked Jia Yutsuan in return, why not? Jia Yutsuan quickly said, Sir, you have the emperor's order, and you have the token arrow in your hand. What reason would King Zhongshuan have to anger you? Attacking your father was a bad move, and his majesty would be furious. Yes, that was it. His brother said that Jia Yutsuan would be suspicious. Either he would be suspicious of the assassin's true identity, or he would be suspicious of the authenticity of the imperial edict. Because it seemed that King Zhongshuan did not have a reason to send an assassin to kill Jia Su. After all, the prefectural magistrate did not know who the real chess player in Jinling was. And what he had to do was to dispel his suspicions. He had to use a more impactful truth, another lie, and another bigger whirlpool. So Jia Sherdao said faintly, it's simple. He's hinting to me that he wants me to take a side. This order is not simple, and the emperor's intentions are worth pondering. Jia Yutsuan was confused. Please enlighten me, sir. Jia Sherdao looked at the prefectural magistrate and said faintly, the Shi family is with the empress. The prefectural magistrate was stunned. Then, his body trembled. Jia Sherdao continued, do you understand why the Shi brothers came to steal the coffin without any scruples? Do you understand why the Shi family wanted to get that thing? Do you understand why the Wang family covered up Wang Ren's death? Do you understand who killed Wang Zixing? Why would it appear in Wang Ren's coffin? Why would Shi Ichuan give up his 2 sons' lives? A series of questions and a huge amount of information shocked the prefectural magistrate. Jia Yutsuan was shocked once again. What he did not know was that their conversation at the entrance of the death row prison was blown into the prison by a light breeze. In this dark cell, the Shi brothers and Wang Qi were awake for a moment, and their sharp hearing allowed them to hear the conversation clearly. Then, they trembled like sieves. Chapter 808 Ningguo Residence. Jia Su looked at the person in front of him with a sinister gaze. Previously, when he was attacked, he was caught off guard and exchanged a few blows with the assassin. As a result, his internal organs were shaken and his chest was still aching. But what made his chest feel even more stifled was the person in front of him. He was wearing a long robe with wide sleeves and a high hat with a belt. With a smile on his face, he looked handsome. This was obviously a charming middle-aged man. Time did not leave any traces on him. Instead, he had accumulated enough charm. An elegant lobbyist. Although Jia Su did not know who he was, he knew what he was here for. But the other party still swaggered to his door and appeared in front of him, even though a despicable assassination had just happened. The other party clasped his hands in front of his chest and bowed. "Greetings, Duke Ning," Jia Su said coldly. "Since you are a despicable person from the mountains, how dare you appear in front of me?" The standard reply was filled with the style of a lobbyist. "Of course I am here to save the lives of your family." Jia Su snorted and stood up slowly. "You are unable to pacify the people internally and unable to plot against an enemy externally. If the people are not close to you, the officials will not believe you. As the saying goes, deceiving people with big words and deceiving the weak, it is referring to people like you. A lobbyist like you dares to show off in front of me?" The man said with a smile, "I've long heard that Duke Ning is resourceful and resourceful. Naturally, I don't dare to show off in front of you with my insignificant knowledge. But as the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. I know what Duke Ning is thinking, so I'm here to help you." Jia Su was a wise man and naturally would not let the other party take the initiative. He said in a Sinran tone, "You just sent an assassin and now you have a lobbyist. You are actually using force before using force. Your master has the demeanor of a ruler." That person was stunned at first, then admitted openly, "Duke Ning is wise and far-sighted. I am impressed." Jia Su stared at him and was silent for a while. Suddenly, he asked, "Did your master send you here or did you come here on your own?" That person was truly stunned when he heard this. He really did not expect Jia Su to see through the crux of the problem so quickly. This pause was enough to answer many questions. Before that person could answer, Jia Su had already gotten the answer he wanted. He smiled coldly and said, "I didn't expect you to come here personally. You're the strategist behind a certain prince." "No, not the strategist. You're the one who makes the decisions, aren't you? Was that assassin an impulsive move of your master, or was it part of your plan?" Only then did the man come back to his senses and let out a long sigh. "I really underestimated you before." Jia Su said coldly, "How dare you come here personally? How bold of you!" That person knew what Jia Su was talking about. He said indifferently, "If it were any other time, I wouldn't dare to come here. After all, Sun Lang is a rather difficult opponent." Jia Su frowned. He heard the name Sun Lang. He used to think that it was an alias his nephew used to hide himself, but now it seemed like it was his real name. The man continued, "But it's different now. I know where he went. No one knows better than me what he's capable of now. Let alone one Mu Chun, even if 10 of them attacked together, they would only be captured alive by him. They wouldn't even have the chance to commit suicide." Jia Su listened in silence. That person revealed a complacent smile. This smile seemed to be one that had seen through everything, and also seemed to be one that had everything under control. He seemed to understand Sun Lang very well, better than anyone else. He understood Sun Lang's way of thinking and his pattern of behavior. He said indifferently, King Zhongshuan sent assassins behind my back, but I know about it. It's King Zhongshuan. Jia Su recalled the basic information about this royal descendant. He was outstanding in all aspects, but not truly outstanding. Such a young man seemed ambitious but was actually easy to control. He said coldly, "What an excellent assistant." The person nodded. "Yes, he's just the right amount of stupidity. I'm very satisfied." Jia Su asked slowly, "Then why is he here? Seems like you've gained the Emperor's trust." "Why?" That person's expression turned cold. What a troublesome human, he thought. But he liked it because the more powerful Jia Su was, the more trouble someone would be in. He smiled. "What do you think? I think my identity isn't the main point. The main point is what you're worried about." Jia Su raised his brows. "What do I have to worry about?" That person laughed and didn't dwell on the question. Instead, he said, "Let's return to the previous topic. Where did Sun Lang go?" "I know because I know about the assassins sent by King Zhongshuan. I know that Sun Lang will capture the assassins, so I know what he'll do next. He's a petty person. If he suffers a loss, he'll definitely return it 1,000 times over. Furthermore, I've used a series of schemes to drive a wedge between the two of them, putting him in a very passive position. Given his personality, it's only natural that he'll return the favor. After capturing the assassin, he'll be able to dig out the other party's background with just a few words. From there, he'll suspect that King Zhongshuan is just a puppet and that the mastermind behind the scheme is someone else. Since he knows this, he'll definitely hold on to it and make a big fuss out of it." That person's tone was very normal. When talking about Sun Lang's personality, there was a hint of helpless gentleness between his brows, as if he was talking about a mischievous nephew. Jia Su also noticed this. He asked, "Who are you?" "Who am I? I guess I'm an old friend." This answer didn't satisfy Jia Su, but the person who spoke now didn't seem to want to dwell on this question. He continued, "If I'm not wrong, he'll definitely bring the assassins to the Jinling government office and make a big fuss about it. He'll definitely see this as the key to breaking out of the current situation and think of ways to drive a wedge between us. Thus, his attention will be on the Jinling government office and temporarily ignore this place." Jia Su's tone was slightly mocking and provocative. "That's why you dare to come?" "Yes, that's right." The person didn't mind. After all, he's the most difficult opponent in the world. "I'd rather fight the martial arts hall saints for 300 rounds than fight him, whether it's a battle of wits or strength. This is a game of cat and mouse. Both sides are playing to their strengths and avoiding their weaknesses. His ultimate goal is to find us before we achieve our goal, and then beat us into minced meat with one punch. We have to do the opposite," Jia Su said coldly. "But now that you're here, aren't you afraid that I'll call him back and make you lose everything and die on the spot?" "No, I don't think you would. If it was a few days ago, you would definitely do this without the slightest hesitation. Because he's your nephew, your cousin's bloodline. The blood of the Jia clan flows in his veins, and he's the brightest hope of your Jia clan. Even if your entire clan is annihilated, so long as he's still alive, the clan will continue to multiply and even rise again. So, you would help him regardless of the cost, support him, even die for him, and even bet the entire clan." Jia Su's expression slowly turned cold. The person ignored the change in Jia Su's expression and revealed the cruelest truth without hesitation. "But now, you won't because I've already told you the truth. The real Jia Ying died 8 years ago when he held the Saint's sword. He didn't have the aptitude to hold the Saint's sword after all, so we had to find an impostor to replace him." After a moment of silence, Jia Su suddenly sneered. His laughter was full of mockery and coldness. "You mean that my poor nephew failed at the last step because of his lack of aptitude, despite going through many trials and tribulations, and failed the great trust of the imperial court, while the fake you found casually picked up the unparalleled holy sword. Not only that, but in just 6 years, he defeated the extraterrestrial demons that had been tormenting the divine land for decades with his military exploits and martial arts prowess, establishing an unparalleled achievement that only one person in 1,000 years can achieve. Also, he survived in the grand desolate mountain after all the birds were killed. Not only that, he reappeared after 2 years of disappearance and caused turmoil in the Ming province, the Song province, and the Qin province after he took action. The court pretended to be deaf and dumb. All the ministers below the emperor were at a loss. The officials of the 6 ministries pretended to be deaf and dumb. Even the vast imperium couldn't do anything about him? The person sighed. I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. It's hard to explain the unpredictability of fate. Jia Su just sneered. The person shook his head. The empire thrives on martial arts, and everyone is proud of practicing martial arts. But do you know that the 9 provinces of the empire are vast, and there are more than tens of millions of people under its rule? Perhaps in a small village or a small town, a little child is actually a genius with a top martial arts bone. If a famous teacher teaches him well, he will be the next martial arts legend who will shine for 100 years, but no one found him. No one found him. He may have practiced martial arts, but he only learned some flashy moves from the vulgar martial arts masters in the village. He had a strong body and lived a long life, but he could only spend his life in mediocrity and slowly die until he breathed his last on the bed. He didn't know that he was actually a 1-in-a-million genius. If someone had discovered his talent when he was young, his life would have been turned upside down. He spread out his hands, and his tone was bleak and sad. The unpredictability of fate was so cruel that it made people sigh. And Sun Lang is probably such an example. If there were no accidents, he would have been an extremely ordinary person and would have had no chance to come into contact with martial arts. Jia Su said faintly, but you guys turned his life upside down. Yes, that's why he hates us. He hates everything. This is normal, and I can understand. Anyone who has encountered something like that would involuntarily hate. What justice, what kindness, what beauty, they would all be thrown aside. The person's tone was even a little sad and regretful. Duke Ning, you can understand his anger, right? Being caught as an impostor and becoming the legitimate son of Rongguo residents isn't a happy thing. Before he was caught as a substitute, he didn't even know any martial arts. His root bone was already formed, and he shouldn't have had any achievements in martial arts. But now, he's the world's most destructive killing machine. You're also a martial artist. You should know that there are no shortcuts in martial arts. Every bit of progress is paved with countless blood and tears, and he compressed this process into 6 years. Jia Su frowned. What are you trying to say? I want to say that he's gone mad. He's an imposter, replacing another person's life. He paid an endless price and suffered countless hardships, but in the end, he encountered something like that. Anyone would go mad. Please don't sneer or mock him. There's no right or wrong in this matter. At this point, we can only talk about gains and losses. You have to admit that Sun Lang has gone mad. Anyone would go mad in this situation. He will also hate. He has the ability and determination to take revenge, so his destructive power is limitless. The key is his target. Besides the court, empress, and those from the great desolate mountain, he will also hate others. For example, the root of all this is Jiaing. If not for her running away, he wouldn't have been dragged into this matter. A reasonable reason, isn't it? Moreover, this blood feud is as deep as the sea. There's no reason to speak of. He will take his anger out on everything, including your Jia clan. That person's tone was very calm, neither urgent nor harsh. He was just talking about a very simple principle. Jia Su was a wise man. Wise men were paranoid and saw through human nature. They believed that humans were evil by nature, and Jia Su was one of them. Therefore, he only needed to show him the benefits, nothing more. This is only related to the immediate interests of your Jia family. Apart from that, there are also the country, the expectations of the monarch, and the blood of the heroic souls. The current peace and prosperity were exchanged with the sacrifice of your fathers, brothers, and ancestors. How many people in your Ningguo mansion and Rongguo mansion have died for this? Are you going to follow a fake and smash all of this into pieces? Jia Su was silent. He wouldn't show his thoughts on his face. A wise man didn't show his emotions on his face. Even if his heart was in turmoil, he didn't let it show on his face. But the scheming lobbyist wouldn't give him the chance to remain calm even if MT Tai collapsed in front of him. He said in a low voice, "There's another very important reason. Do you know what he did in the great desolate mountain?" Jia Su looked at him calmly. But in the next moment, his expression was no longer calm. With a deep voice, the emissary spoke of a terrifying secret that could shake the world and destroy the existing order. It's been 3 years since the war and the Empire hasn't created a new imperial army, not even a common mass-produced startling sword. Chapter 809. The Imperial Army. The Imperial Army was the foundation of the Hutu Empire. It was the most important weapon of the empire, the pillar that supported the sky, and the most important component of the empire's national dignity and national security. It could be said that it was a true strategic weapon. From the water dragon roar, a heavy armored battleship that could cut through waves and sweep across the 4 seas, to the Longevity Mountain, a hidden weapon that was as thin as a cow's hair and could kill people without leaving a trace. These mysterious and powerful weapons that contain the mysteries of nature had unpredictable and powerful power. They increased the combat effectiveness of warriors who were already far beyond the limits of mortals by several times. Therefore, the pattern of war had been changed forever. Whether it was the exquisite military formations or perfect command, whether it was the sturdy armor or the new weapons, no matter how advanced the art of war was, once the warriors of the Imperial Army, who were equipped with all kinds of long-range and short-range weapons, were concentrated on the battlefield, they could always destroy the organization of most of the armies in a short period of time. Then, the ordinary armies would follow up and expand the results of the war. It was a great victory. This method of war was simple and crude, but it was almost unsolvable. Even the ordinary Sky Demon army couldn't do anything about it, let alone the armies of mortals. Using the warriors of the Imperial Army to investigate, cut off food supplies, attack camps, and behead the leaders was even more successful. Sometimes they could even achieve better results than in a head-on battle. A group of warriors who had not only experienced hundreds of battles but also ran very fast with divine weapons were the nightmare of all the armies. It was because the most important thing in war was logistics and morale. The Imperial Army had been established for hundreds of years. The imperial power was stable, and the world was peaceful. All the military construction and military theories revolved around the Imperial Army. The reason was that it was easy to use. The blood of the traitors, the blood of the enemy nations, and even the blood of the heavenly demons, all of these victories proved that this path was correct, that martial artists were strong, and that the empire was supreme. Therefore, martial arts was prevalent in the country, and the empire was the champion of the world. Men should learn martial arts and enter the Emperor Hall. Without a doubt, the Emperor weapon was the foundation of the Hutu Empire. Having an imperial army was the ultimate dream of every young warrior who wanted to be a warrior. It was also the greatest honor and recognition that every warrior desired. In the past hundreds of years, it had become inseparable from the martial arts culture of this country. It was the symbol of the country and the embodiment of strength. It was like the firearms of Li Hua, the machinery of Rue Jin, the beast transformation of Greenwood, and the superpower of Xianshui. The warriors of the Hutu Empire, who had the imperial army, were terrifying forces that had been deified by all the countries. But now Jia Su's mouth was dry. Even for a wise man like him, who had already developed a temperament that would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, he was still shocked speechless when he suddenly heard this news. The imperial army was the symbol of the Hutu Empire's strength. It was the foundation of the country's prosperity and stability. With the imperial army, the empire maintained the power of the imperial court, intimidated the barbarians who refused to accept the throne, recruited all the warriors in the world, and defeated the sky demon. With the imperial army, the imperial court did not have to worry about warriors using martial arts to break the law. They could support and encourage the people to practice martial art. With the imperial army, the imperial court could suppress the ambitions of the other 4 countries who challenged the current international order and protect the empire. But if there was a problem with the production of the imperial army, this serious consequence was enough to make a wise man like Jia Su turn pale with fright. Success was due to the imperial army and failure was due to the imperial army. He said with difficulty, This is too ridiculous, there's nothing ridiculous about it. The man sneered. You are a smart man too. Think about it. The imperial court has always been arrogant and despised the barbarians. Even the Greenwood Kingdom and the Green Fire Kingdom were not very important to us. Even during the most difficult period of the Heaven's Origin War, we never considered asking for help from the other 4 countries. But why did we decide to ask for help after we won the war and secured the reputation of the strongest country in the world? Jia Su was silent. His face was gloomier and gloomier. Think about it again. Our dynasty has just finished the Great War of the Heaven's Origin sector. Our weapons have not been put in storage yet, and our horses have not returned to the mountains yet. The generals are still in their prime years. The 6 armies are still united. Our army is powerful and well-equipped. Why is it that when Sun Lang showed up, the great Imperium fell silent? Do the people of the imperial court think that Sun Lang can kill them all by himself? No, that's not it. They are afraid, but they are not afraid of Sun Lang as a person. That person said in a low voice. Because Sun Lang has gone mad, because no one knows what he will do. He is the former marshal of the empire. His achievements are splendid, he is brimming with talent, and his martial arts are strong. If a normal martial artist of the empire went to the West, they would be able to receive preferential treatment and courteous treatment, let alone an exiled former highest military officer. Green Fire Gold Mystic Water Greenwood Kingdom. No country has a reason to refuse Sun Lang. He is familiar with the military system of Hutu. He even knows the situation and equipment of every elite troop. He knows the character and weakness of every famous general. He is also one of the best military experts in the world and an unparalleled grandmaster of martial art. If such a person joins the barbarians, the consequences will be unimaginably severe. Moreover, he has done such a thing. The imperial army. He knows what he has done. He did it on purpose. He knows where the weakness of the Imperium is. This is the deepest and fiercest revenge against the Imperium. He has succeeded. He has sowed the seeds of turmoil in the country. This is a crisis that will destroy the country. The man's voice was stern. His eyes were full of murderous intent and anger. If he tells this secret to the other countries, how is the empire going to resist the wolves that are waiting for us? They are barbarians. They are greedy and shameless. They are vicious and cunning. Those who are not of our race must have a different heart. You know this too. Hutu is now the strongest country in the world. Why is it so majestic? It's not because of virtue, nor is it because of orthodoxy. It's because our fists are big enough. Just like the ancient sages, we conquer the barbarians, kill their sacrifices, destroy their ancestral temples, and destroy their writings. Then, we use our etiquette and righteousness to educate them. This world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. It has been like this since ancient times. But now, our powerful country is facing its biggest internal problem. It is time for us to protect him. Duke Ning, you are a noble of this country. Your ancestors used their blood to protect the country. The country is repaying you, the descendants of the Jia family, with endless honor. This is both glory and responsibility. So, when the war starts, the nobles have to step onto the battlefield first. So now you should make a choice. The man looked at Jia Su and said calmly, Hutu needs your loyalty. Jia Su stood there in a daze. After some time, he slowly opened his mouth. There was a hint of bitterness in his voice. If you want to persuade me, you can't just rely on loyalty and righteousness. He said calmly, so many people from the Jia family have died. They have already shown their utmost loyalty to the Imperium. Now their home is before the country. The man showed a satisfied smile. But that was only on the surface. No one knew what he was truly thinking. Of course. But sometimes righteousness are not as useless as you think, right? He said. As long as you agree, we can talk about anything. Jia Su said coldly, we can talk about anything? Then let's talk about how the emperor once again hid the bow after the birds were killed. Let's talk about Sun Lang's crazy revenge after the matter was exposed. Let's talk about what the precarious Jia family can obtain. No, don't worry. Do you think I am persuading you to stab Sun Lang again? The lobbyist shook his head, revealing a meaningful smile. No, you and I are smart people. I won't use such a ridiculous thing to insult you. Right now, Sun Lang is a beast that has temporarily calmed down. Without full confidence, no one is willing to see him go crazy and lose control. Jia Su looked at him. Then, what do you plan to do? That is a good question. The man smiled. In this game, the most important thing is to hide one's purpose. But Sun Lang will never guess what I want to do. He said, where were we? Sun Lang took Mu Chun to the Jinling government office. He must be planning to spread the news. First, he put Jia Yutsuan on the fire, and then let King Zhongshuan hear about it. He has already guessed that the assassination was King Zhongshuan's private action, so he wants to use this opportunity to drive a wedge between me, the strategist, and King Zhongshuan, the master. If King Zhongshuan panics and does something stupid again, it will be a great surprise. So, we should do this in the Jinling government office. This is going to be interesting. Jia Sherdao smiled. I guess neither Empress nor King Zhongshuan expected you to put the blame on the two of them. Now that the Shi brothers and Wang Qi have heard about it, they will tell the Wang and Shi families, and there will be a lot of trouble, Sun Lang smiled. That woman's hatred is quite high. Her brothers don't like her very much. Once that Zhong Shun king hears of this, he will definitely fly into a rage. At that time, they all thought that I was that woman's lover, so they have always been hostile towards me. Jia Sherdao's expression was strange. So, King Zhongshuan believes it is very likely? Sun Lang smiled and said, of course, that little prince doesn't look very smart. Besides, when it comes to this kind of important matter of seizing the throne, he will certainly fill in the blanks on his own. For example, his dear sister actually hooked up with that big traitor. He will certainly complain to his dear father. Dad, sister is playing with that little hooligan outside, they must have kissed. They must have gotten a room. They want to steal your money. Jia Sherdao clicked his tongue with a complicated expression. When it came to Empress, he didn't dare to say much. He was a little worried about his injured father. He asked, is there anything else? I want to go back and see my father. What's the hurry? Sun Lang looked at the sky, his expression neither happy nor sad. Wait a little longer. Chapter 8:10. What's the rush? Let's wait a little longer, Sun Lang said. His face was expressionless, and no one could tell what he was thinking. But Jia Sherdao seemed to realize something. He asked softly, "What's wrong?" Sun Lang retracted his gaze. He was deep in thought, as if there was a problem that was troubling him. He thought for a while, then looked at his younger brother and asked, "Xiangdao, you are very smart, and at the age where you are innocent and naive like an idiot. Perhaps you can provide me with another unique way of thinking." Jia Sherdao was used to this way of speaking. He didn't know if it was praise or sarcasm. Sun Lang continued, "So, help me think about how to defeat a heartless person." Jia Sherdao was startled at first, then he thought. Since it was, "help me think about it," it would naturally be from his brother's point of view. He thought for a moment and came up with an answer that was very Sun Lang's. "Find him and kill him?" Sun Lang laughed and rubbed his brother's head. "That's not easy." He was a little disappointed. No matter how nice it sounded, the truth was that there were many things that were restraining his sword, preventing him from wielding it as freely as he did on the Great Barren Mountain. It was hard to say whether this was good or bad. There were two sides to everything, but this was indeed a problem that couldn't be solved by force alone. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been one of the things that had been bothering him for more than 2 years. Jia Sherdao obviously misunderstood something. "Brother, are you saying that the enemy is hiding in the dark and using tricks, so it's not easy to find him? Before we find him, we have to have a battle of wits with him first?" Sun Lang thought for a while, then nodded. "You're right. A heartless person. Does that mean he's cold-blooded and ruthless?" Sun Lang nodded. "Yes." Jia Sherdao said without hesitation, "Since we have to fight against a heartless enemy, we have to fight against ruthlessness with emotions, with the human heart against the heartless, and with humanity against the devil." Sun Lang frowned. "How can you say something so flirtatious? Don't you think it's disgusting? Are you a teenager who hasn't grown up? Was he a hot-blooded protagonist with a low IQ? Is she a magical girl who screams love and justice?" Jia Sherdao looked at Sun Lang with a strange expression. Sun Lang felt a little awkward under his stare. "What are you looking at?" Jia Sherdao said slowly, "Brother, that's what you said before." Sun Lang's body shook violently. "That's impossible. She must have said it when she was young. It must have been the real Jia Ying who said that." "No, you said it after you grew up. How would the Jia Ying of the past know anything about magical girls? Liar, you're lying. I don't remember raising you to be such a child." Jia Sherdao said helplessly, "You were the one who taught me. In those years, you talked to me about this once, about how to fight against a cold-blooded and ruthless enemy. You said that to fight against a cold-blooded and ruthless person, you could only become more ruthless and cold-blooded than him. That's not a good idea. Because humans are different from beasts. Humans have endless feelings. Suppressing feelings and turning yourself into a beast may be able to defeat the enemy, but you'll lose yourself. It's not a real victory." Sun Lang frowned and sneered as if he was denying everything in his past. "Then what? To fight against ruthlessness with emotions, do you want to use love and kindness to reform and forgive the enemy?" Jia Sherdao shook his head seriously and said, "No, brother, you said it yourself. There are so many good people in the world that we don't have time to save and protect. How can we waste so much time on reforming the bad people?" That was interesting. Sun Lang's expression softened a little. He frowned and said, "Then, it's a fight. Emotional or ruthless, intentional or unintentional, it's about the way, not the means." Sun Lang's eyes suddenly changed. Jia Sherdao looked at his brother in front of him and sighed with nostalgia. A few years ago, his brother, who was full of light, had given these things to him. Now, he was returning the light that shone on him back then. He said softly, "In other words, since the other party is a monster without a heart, He naturally doesn't understand people's hearts and doesn't believe in human nature. But we should believe in him. So, if we want to defeat him, we have to start from where he doesn't believe and doesn't consider. This is to fight ruthlessness with emotions. Sun Lang was completely stunned. Although he didn't show it on the surface, his heart was surging. The shock in his heart couldn't be described with words. It wasn't because he was surprised by this wonderful idea. It was because he was surprised by what Jia Sherdao said and what he had said back then. It was actually the same as what he had thought now. The language was disgusting, the idea was naive, and the way of thinking was stupid. But it was the same in essence. How to fight against a person without a heart. That was what he was thinking now. Using one's mind against the unintentional. This was really. Sun Lang was silent, and a faint light appeared in his mind. He seemed to have thought of something, and some things were slowly connecting in his mind. He seemed to have a clue, and he seemed to have understood something. But how could things be so easy? How difficult was it to piece back together something that had already been broken? Jia Sherdao said in a low voice, "Brother, you don't have to completely deny yourself back then. If you were a pedantic person with a mind full of benevolence, righteousness, etiquette, and faith, you wouldn't have achieved so much, and everyone wouldn't have respected and trusted you so much. In fact, some things aren't as opposite as you think." Sun Lang was silent for a moment and then said lightly, "Is that so?" Jia Sherdao's voice was soft and firm. "Yes." Sun Lang looked at his cousin in front of him and asked, "Do you believe those words?" "As long as it's what you say, I believe it." Sun Lang nodded calmly. "Okay, since you said that you can win by scheming against the unintentional, since you think that it's possible to scheme against the heartless, since you think that I was right before, then let's make a bet." "Yes, let's make a bet." It wasn't just a battle of wits, it wasn't just a strategy. "Let's make a bet too." Jia Sherdao nodded and said, "Okay, what's the bet?" Although he said that, his heart couldn't help but be in his mouth. According to his brother's personality, he would definitely make a very shameful or terrifying bet. If he won, he would definitely try his best to force me to fulfill my promise. If I dared to deny it, he would definitely punch me. But if I won, he would definitely deny it because I can't beat him. This was already an established routine, and it was his brother's usual way of doing things. But why not bet? Even if there was a shameful bet, even if he had to face his elder brother's denial, no matter what, he still had to gamble because this was something his elder brother had once given him. He had to firmly believe in it, he had to prove it to his current elder brother, and he hoped that his elder brother could face it head-on. Therefore, he had to accept this bet. But unexpectedly, his brother didn't propose any excessive wager. He smiled faintly. "There's no need to say the bet. The result of this bet is the bet. If it succeeds, it succeeds. If it doesn't, it doesn't." Jia Sherdao seemed to understand something. He said in a low voice, "Brother," after Sun Lang made up his mind, he seemed to have solved a big problem. The worry between his brows disappeared as he said, "In that case, let's start the next step." Although he wanted to go back and see his father, Jia Sherdao still chose his brother. If Jia Su knew, he would be even angrier. Sun Lang seemed to have seen through his thoughts. "Don't worry. When the matter at hand is settled, you can go back and see your father. He was just injured, and now he's like an old man with an empty nest. He needs your care and care. Father and son can take the opportunity to talk." Jia Sherdao nodded and said, "Okay." Sun Lang looked at him and smiled. "You were scared to death of your father before, like a rabbit seeing a tiger. You even quarreled with him, but now you're worried?" Jia Sherdao said unhappily, "He's my father after all. He's my family, and he's very good to me. Although we have different ideas, it has nothing to do with family." Sun Lang nodded and said, "I guess so too. He probably thinks the same way in his heart." Jia Sherdao nodded slowly and said, "Brother, let's talk about business. I'll take care of my personal matters. Don't be distracted." Sun Lang smiled and shook his head. He changed the topic. "Jia Yutsuan went to work, right?" Jia Sherdao nodded. "He's really scared." He was already shaken and scared between the imperial envoy and the prince. Now that it's become a fight between Empress and King Zhongshuan, he wouldn't dare step in even if he had 10 guts. Of course, he has to hold on to the imperial envoy's leg to avoid being dragged into the turbulence. So, he will do his best to do what I ask him to do. That's good. Sun Lang said. Now we have to fan both sides. First, we have to find a way to let Wang Qi and the Shi brothers pass the news back. Most importantly, we have to make King Zhongshuan believe that Empress is plotting against the Shi family and is planning to ruin his plans. We have to let him connect me to that woman. Jia Sherdao asked, "How?" "That's easy. Now that I've scared Shi Ichuan, all I have to do is go to the Shi family and tell them what to do. With King Zhongshuan's stupidity and hostility towards Empress, he'll definitely take the bait." Sun Lang couldn't help but laugh at the thought of that outcome. And Shi Ichuan will also know that King Zhongshuan is behind the Wang family, and that we're messing with him because of the fight for the throne. Once the two sides misunderstand each other, the water will be muddied. How interesting. Jia Sherdao frowned. Interesting indeed. But what does this have to do with the bet? Sun Lang looked at him with a gentle expression. Silly boy. If we don't muddy the water, how can we plan? Then what do you plan to do, brother? Since it's a bet, for the sake of fairness, we have to keep it a secret. Otherwise, how could one scheme against an unsuspecting person? Otherwise, how could one look at an emotionless person? Chapter 8:11. In King Zhongshuan's secret stronghold. The young prince, who had been called just the right amount of stupidity by his own strategist, had just finished writing a letter to call for reinforcements. He had sent a loyal servant to deliver the letter through a top-secret channel. His brother Li Xuanba, his grandfather's family, and the forces left behind by King Zhongshuan's residence, as well as loyal allies and trustworthy helpers. He had called them all. Of course, he had used the royal family's secret communication channel, so there was no risk of the news being leaked. He had to call for more people, he thought. After all, he was a former marshal. Even though Jia Ying was seriously injured, she was still a stubborn person. He was a member of the royal family. He had to maintain the dignity and elegance of the royal family at all times. Even if he despised his opponent, he had to pay enough attention to them. And the more people there were, the better. Because those who came were all my allies and potential staunch allies, they were the best support for me to ascend to the throne. If I could defeat Jia Ying, my name would definitely spread throughout the world. How could such a grand scene lack spectators? With them as spectators, it was extremely good. My heroic achievements would definitely increase their confidence and convince them wholeheartedly. From then on, they would wholeheartedly support me. That was great. The young prince daydreamed for a while, then prepared to get down to business. I will definitely become a monarch with great talent and bold vision. How can I rely only on my subjects to accomplish things? Sir has great foresight and strategy, but I cannot rely on him for everything. This is not the way of a monarch. Although it wasn't advisable to do everything personally, he couldn't just be a clay puppet, so he began to mobilize his troops, ordering the spies hidden all over Jinling to take action. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy to win 100 battles. First, he had to plan the overall situation. He was very efficient at gathering information. Soon, the young prince received the first report. What? He looked at the old servant who delivered the news and raised his eyebrows. Jia Sherdao went to the Shi residence? The old servant still looked like he was half dead, but his tone was clear as he reported the news sent back by the spies. Yes, young Master Jia of the Ningguo mansion has entered the Jia mansion in plain clothes. Our spies did not dare to approach, but they still saw the head of the Shi family, Shi Ichuan, personally coming out to greet him. He was extremely respectful. King Zhongshuan fell into deep thought. That's strange. Why did Jia Shidao go to the Shi family? The old servant didn't reply. He was a protector, not a strategist. This wasn't his mission. The young lord didn't seem to expect him to continue the conversation. Instead, he said to himself, the Jia family and the Shi family have never been on good terms. Jia Ying thought of a way to put Wang Wangxing's body into Wang Ren's coffin, which made the Shi family the scapegoat. That was such a brilliant move that even I have to praise her. Now that the Shi family has nothing to say about it, Jia Shidao should pursue them with all his might. Why did he go to the Shi family in disguise? The old servant remained silent. After thinking for a while, the little prince still couldn't figure it out, so he subconsciously asked, "Where's teacher?" The old servant replied, "Master hasn't returned yet." King Zhongshuan's brows furrowed slightly before relaxing. Forget it, I can't always rely on him. He patiently pondered. Jia Shidao isn't a real imperial envoy. Why did he go to the Shi family to investigate a case? Shi Ichuan is a vengeful person. Jia Shidao detained his son, but he still put on a face and greeted him personally. I suspect there's something fishy going on. The old servant, who had been keeping his head down, slowly said, "Your Highness, the Shi family is Empress's people." The young lord nodded. I know. The Shi family's rise in the past 2 years has been very unusual. I've looked into it before. Their new caravans and businesses in the past 2 years have all been traced back to Tensei province. This Shi Ichuan obviously turned to my good sister. Speaking up to this point, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Even the incident at Jinling this time, I suspect that she was behind it. Putting everything else aside, the Shi family dared to rob the coffin in broad daylight. It's obvious who fed them the courage of a bear's heart and leopard's guts. The Shi family. This time, I'll teach them a lesson. But at this point, he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly raised his head. You mean? The old servant lowered his eyes. I don't understand. I just want to remind your Highness not to ignore the Shi family's background. After all, no matter what, Empress Tensei is your biggest enemy. At this point, it was enough for him to divert his thoughts. Moreover, his opponent was Empress Tensei. The young lord's thoughts ran like a wild dog. I know that the Shi family is that woman's lackey. Jia Ying must know too. After all, he's a marshal. The Shi family's rise is strange. He must have noticed something strange. Besides, Jia Su must have noticed it too, so he must have known. Moreover, our previous plan was to hide behind the scenes and mislead Jia Ying with layers of fog and stratagems. It was him who mistook the enemy for the Heavenly Policy Mansion and then led him to fight with that woman. It would be best if both sides suffered great losses. Therefore, he must have realized the background of the Shi family. And he hid Wang Wangxing's body in Wang Ren's coffin. He must have wanted to take the opportunity to attack the Shi family. King Zhongshuan rubbed his chin. But now he sent Jia Shidao to the Shi family. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to subdue Shi Ichuan? No, that's impossible. Jia Ying has always been arrogant. Why would he be interested in the Shi family? Besides, if he really wanted to subdue them, he wouldn't have sent Jia Shidao. Why didn't he go himself? The young lord thought hard. He really didn't know why Jia Shidao was going to the Shi family. At this moment, 3 long knocks and 1 short knocks sounded outside. King Zhongshuan broke free from his thoughts and glanced at the old servant. The old servant bowed slightly and walked out. The knocks were a signal, indicating that new information had arrived. The young lord pinched his forehead and relaxed. Without Master by his side, this kind of mental activity made him feel a little annoyed. The feeling of not having a clue was very annoying. After taking a sip of tea and a short rest, the old servant quietly stepped in and bowed. "Your Highness," King Zhongshuan said faintly, "what is it?" "Your Highness, Jia Yutsuan came to us." The young lord raised his eyebrows. "I thought he was scared out of his wits by the fake imperial edict. Didn't master say that we should just leave him be? Why did he come looking for me?" "No. He just brought a letter." The old servant checked the letter in his hand to make sure it was not tampered with before handing it over. King Zhongshuan opened the letter and glanced at it. Then his expression changed dramatically and he stood up. It was as if he had just found out that his sister was hanging out with some hooligans and was plotting to steal his father's inheritance. The hand holding the letter trembled slightly, as if the thin piece of paper weighed 1,000 caddies. There were no superfluous words in the letter, the main point being that Jia Yutsuan wanted to break up. In the end, the magistrate was a man of letters who cared about face. First, he humbly thanked the prince for his appreciation, then appropriately expressed his regret. Finally, he explained the reason in a roundabout way. He said that with his small arms and legs, he did not dare to get involved in the turbulence between Tensei Province and the Prince of Zhongshuan's estate. For the sake of their future meeting, he carefully and unobtrusively said a few unimportant things. For example, after the Shi brothers were imprisoned, they received special treatment in secret. For example, although the imperial envoy was not polite in court, in private he did his best to avoid the blame of the Shi family and instead turned the spearhead to the Wang family. There were also many seemingly insignificant details. Every word, every sentence was like a vicious dagger, stabbing directly into the heart. The young lord trembled from head to toe and panted like an ox, his eyes turning red. Moments later, he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "Traitor! Bastard! Pervert! Slut!" The old servant slightly raised his head, as if in shock, but the young lord had already gone mad with anger. He tore the letter to shreds and stomped his feet, cursing, "I'm doing my best for the country, to get rid of Jia Ying for my imperial father. Who would have thought that woman would betray me and flirt with this traitor? She actually sold me out." The old servant was startled. The Prince of Zhongshuan seemed to be very angry. He roared, "I was wondering why Jia Ying didn't die in the desolate mountains. It must have been because that slut still had feelings for her and showed mercy. Damn it! Damn it! This is treason. She actually dared to betray me. She actually dared to betray me." The old servant wanted to read the contents of the letter, but when he narrowed his eyes to take a closer look, the letter had already been torn to shreds. He couldn't even make out the words, so he asked, "Your Highness, what does the letter say?" The young lord roared, "What else could it be? Tensei Province has long been in cahoots with Jia Ying. I want to report this to my imperial father and have this adulterous couple cut to pieces." The old servant said, "Your Highness, please calm down. This is a serious matter. Jia Yutsuan's side of the story isn't enough to trust. It's possible that the enemy is framing her. Your Highness, please don't get angry." Who would have thought that at this time, the young lord's anger would quickly fade? He smiled coldly. "How was it? How was my acting?" The old servant was truly shocked now. The Prince of Zhongshuan Sinran said, "I'm not an idiot. How could I not see through this kind of framing? But since I've seen through it, why point it out? Jia Ying is in cahoots with Tensei Province, isn't this a great thing?" The old servant's narrowed eyes flashed with a shrewd light. "Your Highness, you're thinking Jia Ying was actually reduced to playing such a pathetic and clumsy trick of sowing discord. Jia Yutsuan definitely couldn't handle the pressure and betrayed us, so Jia Ying beat him at his own game, right? We're using sowing discord to deal with him, so he's also using sowing discord to deal with us. He's underestimating me too much." At this point, the young lord's eyes became even more gloomy and cold. "Since you beat him at his own game, then I'll beat him at his own game too." Since you said you're in cahoots with Tensei Province, then act a bit more realistically. I can take advantage of this opportunity to collect the evidence you fabricated. The more realistic your act is, the more I'll like it. If you can create flawless evidence like how you forged an imperial edict, then I'll be even happier. He opened his right hand, then pulled back his fingers one by one and clenched them into a fist. His tone was serene as he said, "If you want to beat him at his own game, then I'll kill two birds with one stone. When the time comes, I'll take care of you and gather enough evidence to give that woman a heavy blow. This is also what you want, right? I can take revenge for you while I'm at it. Humph, although it's fake evidence, as long as it's linked to you, then it'll definitely plant a thorn in Imperial Father's heart. As long as Imperial Father has a thorn in his heart, then that woman won't be able to touch the throne. After all, that woman planned to kill Jia Ying in Dehuang Mountain in the past in order to prove herself to Imperial Father. Ha, you're heartless and ruthless. Sooner or later, you'll suffer retribution and die in the hands of your lover." At this point, the clever young lord couldn't help but laugh wildly. What a genius, he thought. The old servant seemed to be a bit worried. "Your Highness is wise. But since Jia Ying is using a trick, it's best to be careful. He was famous for his strange tactics in the past. Jia Ying, it's Jia Ying again. Will you guys die if you don't brag about Jia Ying?" Prince Zhongshuan couldn't stand Ying boasting. He sneered. "What do you mean by strange tactics? The art of war has always been about the strong defeating the weak. Only with strength can you win with strange tactics. Tricks without strength are just petty tricks. Now that he's desperate and trying to show off his petty tricks, I'm not afraid at all. Why? Because I'm stronger than him. Now that he's lost his sacred sword and is seriously injured, I don't know how much of his martial arts is left. On the other hand, I have many fierce generals under my command, and powerful reinforcements will arrive soon. Even if he has 1,000 tricks up his sleeve, I'll break them with my own strength and turn them all into a joke." The old servant sighed. "Your Highness, we still don't know how strong Jia Ying really is. He doesn't even have his sacred sword, so how strong can he be?" The young lord frowned. "Why do you guys always raise the morale of others and lower your own? If Jia Ying was still as good as he was back then, why would he try to drive a wedge between us now? He would have tortured Jia Yutsuan long ago to force him to tell us how to contact him, and then he would have followed the clues all the way here and killed us all. But now? Where is he?" The old servant was speechless. Where was Sun Lang? He was now sitting in a carriage with Jia Sherdao, heading slowly in the direction of the Jia mansion. "That idiotic little prince will definitely behave himself for a while after receiving this letter," Sun Lang said as he placed a few bullets on a small table in the carriage. As he spoke, he swept a bullet aside. "After all, idiots are the hardest to deal with. You don't know how stupid he is, and you can't predict what he'll do, so you have to find something for him to do. After removing the biggest uncertainty, we can then calm down and have a good fight with our real opponents." Jia Sherdao scratched his head. "If he's really stupid enough to believe it and excitedly report it to the Emperor, what should we do?" Sun Lang rolled his eyes. "So what? What do I have to lose? Whether he reports it or not, whether the Emperor believes it or not, what does it have to do with me? I don't think so." Chapter 8:12. Everything was progressing according to plan. But the development of events was sometimes very easy to deviate from the original intention. The plan was constantly being adjusted, because the enemy was also constantly changing. As the layers of fog were constantly dispelled, many things would become clear. At least for Sun Lang, this was the case. Dispelling the fog, he went straight to the source. When the Prince of Zhongshuan's estate surfaced, when he realized that the military advisor behind Prince Zhongshuan was the key figure in the matter of Jinling, he made adjustments and changes to his plans accordingly. Some things were no longer so complicated and troublesome. But some things had become even more troublesome. Even more troublesome was the human heart. Sun Lang returned to the Rongwa estate alone. To him, this place was still very unfamiliar. He did not immediately go to find Xue Baochai and Lin Daiyu, but instead strolled around. In any case, with his martial arts, it was all too easy for him to not be discovered. From the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard, from the outer study to the various courtyards of the inner courtyard, a noble and noble aura was hidden in every detail. Jiaoying had grown up here. Jiaoying, the stranger that Sun Lang was most familiar with, had an excellent background. He was the son of a duke, spoiled since childhood, and was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. As he grew older, the male descendants of the family died one after another on the battlefield, leaving him as the only child. Thus, his life was more or less stable. He would be carefully doted on by the entire estate, and even the imperial court and the emperor would not force him onto the battlefield. He could have lived a carefree life, but he still ran away, and then he stirred up many, many troubles. That was the beginning of the story. A visitor from beyond the heavens entered this world. Then, heaven and earth reversed, fate changed, and everything ushered in an unpredictable change. What had originally been an ordinary life on earth had unexpectedly become a peerless expert and unparalleled commander in this world. In a short span of 6 years, his magnificent military career had left behind a dazzling legend in this world. To use one's own struggle to affect the course of history, this was such an amazing thing. That was where everything began. With such a mood, Sun Lang looked at the world of Rongwa Manor again, and actually felt a kind of sigh. At this time, he just wanted to sigh at the impermanence of the world, at the changeability of fate. Everything began when Jia Ying ran away from home. Jia Ying participated in the Holy Sword plan. He passed many tests and came to the end. He was supposed to pick up the Holy Sword and become the new sword master. Then, under the guidance of the spirit of the ancestor, he would become the most powerful sword sage and the most brilliant general in the empire. He would leave his name in history and bring glory to his ancestors. He would regain honor for the Jia family and let his grandmother be proud of him and comfort his relatives in the underworld. It should have been like this, but he died. Not only did his dream come to nothing, he even caused another person to come into this world to take over his plate, take his blame, and accept a life that he did not want to accept at all. But this impostor from another world not only was not defeated by the bloody slaughter and spiritual impact, but also gritted his teeth and endured it. Not only that, but he also did what Jia Ying could not do. He made brilliant contributions and left his name in history. He did everything that Jia Ying desired to do. But after all, he was not Jia Ying, so he suffered a despicable betrayal in the last battle. The people who arranged this betrayal were the bastards who had summoned him and forced him to fight for this world. Their sins could not be redeemed by 100 deaths, and this blood feud could not be washed away even with all the water of the 4 seas. But the heavens were clear, and the cycle of cause and effect was clear. Sun Lang in the great desolate mountain was no longer the mortal who had just been summoned 8 years ago. So the shameful betrayal did not succeed. He not only survived, but also gave the enemy a heavy price, heavy enough to make them regret it for a lifetime. Now, he had a key in his hand, a key that could start the chaos of the world. He knew that the empire could no longer create an imperial army, because he was the one who had done it. No one knew Huta's weakness better than him. She succeeded because of the imperial army, but she failed because of the imperial army. With the current reserves of the imperial treasury, perhaps in a few more years, the imperial court would no longer be able to create an imperial army for the new martial scholars. With Huta's current international reputation and the degree to which the various countries paid attention to the martial selection, the moment the news spread, The ambassadors of the various countries stationed in the imperial capital would probably learn of this matter. This would lead to endless wild thoughts in the other 4 countries and cause unrest in the hearts of the people. And if Sun Lang was willing, he could speed up this process as fast as he wanted. What goes around comes around, and what goes around comes around. 8 years ago, that person who had fearfully sized up this world, that pitiful chess piece who had been wantonly manipulated and crudely interfered with his fate, now had the strength to overturn the world. Back then, who could have thought of this? Whether it was the deceased Jiaing, the people who had summoned Sun Lang, the emperor, the soldiers of the great desolate mountain, or the deceased Bai Yue, who could have thought of this? All of this had originated from Jia Ying's departure. Just like this, a person changed the fate of a person, and then this person changed the fate of a group of people. They interfered with each other, their fates intertwined, and the world changed as a result. Sun Lang softly sighed. At this moment, he suddenly understood something. 8 years ago, that weak and confused youth, who bore a heavy fate that did not belong to him, was now standing at the juncture of another destiny. He lightly pressed his hand to his heart. Just who was the enemy this time? Husband. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. "Why are you here?" Sun Lang had already sensed the approaching person, but the footsteps were very familiar, so he did not avoid them. He raised his head and saw that it was indeed Sister Bao. He smiled. "I was just walking around on a whim." Shui Baochai bit her lip, not knowing what to say for a moment. According to the setting, the two of them were still in a cold war. She was angry that her husband hid everything from her and never told her the truth. Although they were husband and wife, there was always a distance between them. She sensed a certain change in the situation with her sensitive intuition as a girl, and felt a great threat from Zhang Yinluo and the others. She even sensed something that she did not dare to investigate, because she was afraid of losing her husband again. 2 years of unforgettable memories, 2 years of separation, that bone-deep loneliness and coldness was the most torturous poison in the world. She did not want to experience it a second time. As a result, she lost her temper. This was the first time she lost her temper after meeting her husband. However, after losing her temper, although her husband's attitude changed a little, the relationship between the two became even more awkward. Just like now, when she saw her husband standing there in a daze, she actually didn't know what to say. Should I greet him with a smile like before, or continue to show a cold face? Sister Bao was in a dilemma. Sun Lang waved to her and smiled. "Come, talk to me." Shui Baochai was surprised at first, and then she saw Sun Lang's expression at this time. She was slightly startled, with a sense of sadness in the seriousness. She had not seen her husband like this for a long time. So she quietly walked to Sun Lang's side and nodded. "Okay." Sun Lang smiled. He was silent for a moment, as if he was organizing his words, and then said, "You lost your temper before, angry that I hid everything from you. You said that between husband and wife, we should face everything together. This is very reasonable, and I have to apologize to you. But I am not used to talking. It is not born autistic, but acquired." He leaned his back against a pillar, looked at the blue sky, and said lightly, 2 years ago and 8 years ago, there was a big event that changed my fate. Those should be the 2 times when my heart was the weakest. Those 2 times, I really wanted to find someone to talk to. But the first time, I wanted to find someone to talk to, but the people around me ignored me. I wanted to talk to the broken sword in my hand, but I was always interrupted by the broken sword spirit in the sword. This is very normal. For example, when you are playing a game, leveling up your character, making him stronger, giving him good equipment, you can't wait to give him the best things so that he can kill more efficiently. But when he is injured, when he screams, do you care what he thinks? Lost health? Let me heal you. Easy to die. Let's strengthen your physique. How big of a deal is that? There are even those perverts who like to deliberately hurt the girls when they are playing female characters and listen to their screams. For example, the disgusting sound of a dolphin. It is very perverted. And then there is no and then. And the second time, there was no one alive, not even a stupid sword spirit. I could only sit aside in a daze and sulk. In the end, I didn't even know how to walk, I didn't even know how to speak. I scrambled to leave like a headless fly. After going around in circles for a long time, I finally recovered. Even I was puzzled. After going through so many things, I still looked like AF** King Human. He said it very casually, but Shui Baochai was shocked. Sister Bao subconsciously wanted to grab Sun Lang's hand, but he easily avoided her. Sun Lang smiled and said, "Hey, don't lose control. It is very difficult to deal with you like that. But don't worry, I will think of a solution." Shui Baochai bit her lips and whispered, "But I still want to hug you. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Sun Lang smiled and changed the topic. "All right, let's not talk about the past. Although I am not used to talking, there are some things that I have to learn. I was not used to it before because no one was willing to listen. Now that someone is willing to listen, it is a good thing. Coincidentally, a lot of things have happened recently. After thinking about it, I am a little nervous and want to find someone to talk to." Although Shui Baochai was annoyed at her husband's lack of understanding, since Sun Lang said so, she could only nod and say, "Yes, your wife is listening. I will listen to whatever you say." Sun Lang gently exhaled a breath of air. He looked at the direction of the Ningguo residence. The two residences were next to each other, and the Ningguo residence was just next door. Then he said softly, "Do you want to know where Gu Dao went? He is in the Ningguo residence, guarding his father. Jia Su encountered an assassin and was injured." Shui Baochai nodded and said, "I heard. Uncle has strengthened the security and sent someone to remind us that there was an assassin. He asked us to be careful." "Oh, you know," Sun Lang said calmly, "the assassin who assassinated Jia Su came from the Prince Zhongshuan residence. You probably don't know about this." Shui Baochai said in surprise, "The Prince Zhongshuan residence? Why?" Sun Lang nodded and said, "Yes, I caught the assassin and took him to the Jinling government office. You definitely don't know that after Jia Sherdao and I left, another person from the Prince Zhongshuan residence came to the Ningguo residence. He is a lobbyist and the mastermind behind the overall situation. He arranged the matter of Granny Ma and Granny Wang. The death of Wang Wangxing and the Wang family's visit was probably caused by him." Shui Baochai's expression changed slightly. This was too much information. However, there was more information to come. Sun Lang said softly, "And you also don't know that this person went to the Ningguo residence to drive a wedge between Jia Su and me. He has already played 2 tricks before. He hinted and drove a wedge between Jia Su and me twice through Wang Zishan and Wang Qi. He has successfully created a wedge between Jia Su and me. And this time, he came personally. With my understanding of him, I'm afraid that Jia Su was tempted." Sister Bao was shocked. She suddenly realized that Sun Lang just called Jia Su by his name and no longer called him uncle. Shui Baochai said anxiously, "The Rong and Ningguo residents are one. How could uncle make such a mistake? There must be some misunderstanding. Has my husband explained it?" Sun Lang shook his head and said, "There is no misunderstanding. There is no need to explain. He is using an open scheme." He was calm, but Sister Bao could not be calm. Her mind was in a mess and many thoughts were mixed up. All kinds of thoughts came one after another. She was afraid, but she did not know what she was afraid of. Or rather, she knew, but she did not dare to think about it. She felt uneasy and said softly, "Then Xiang Dao." Sun Lang shook his head. "Xiang Dao does not know. How can we let him know about this?" Sister Bao gritted her teeth. "I'll tell uncle." She turned around, but Sun Lang was already in front of her. He looked straight into her eyes and said calmly, "Don't go. You can't go. You can't go." Xue Baochai asked softly, "Why?" Sun Lang lowered his eyes and said softly, "Because I don't want you to go. Because this is a gamble. Because this is a battle between me and myself. It is a battle between light and darkness. Because this is the third turning point in my life after 8 years and 2 years ago. There is no helplessness and desperation like the first time, and there is no despair and madness like the second time. But the third time is more important than the first two. Because this time, I will use my own will to see, hear, and think before making a choice." Xue Baochai took 2 steps back and said in a trembling voice, "I don't understand." "Then I will explain it more clearly." Sun Lang said calmly, 8 years ago I was forced to lose. 2 years ago I was forced to gain. This time, I want to see it with my own eyes." Sister Bao shook her head. When it came to it, she found that she was more stubborn than she thought. She was more unwilling to accept the truth, because it meant change, a change that made her uneasy. Xue Baochai felt like she was talking in a dream. She said sadly, I don't understand. Then I will understand it more clearly." Sun Lang's eyes were calm. In fact, after he understood the meaning of this battle, there was no need to hide it. He said, "I am not Jiaoying. I am Sun Lang. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.